All right. Alrighty. Let's do it. So we got a few more minutes here, and then we will get going. I'm gonna grab my my Stoic journal actually, and I need a refresh on the beer, dude. Yeah, group flight. So I'm super down for that. We can definitely do that. Tonight is IFR Tuesdays, and so typically what happens is, I'll walk through an IFR flight using ATC and that kind of thing. But we can definitely do a group IFR flight in Microsoft. Typically, I use X-Plane for my IFR nights, and that I actually don't know how to do group flight. I don't know how to do like multiplayer. You probably can though. I know Microsoft Flight Sim's a lot easier to do multiplayer. But yeah, dude, we'll take the temperature, dude, and we'll like see if you guys want to do like an IFR flight. We can all do. I don't know if you guys have Pilot Edge, but we can all do that. That would actually be kind of cool. We'll see what everybody else thinks. Group flight, a group IFR flight. Let's see here. All right, let's get in some A320. I don't know how to fly those actually. I'll tell you that right now. I definitely don't know how to fly. The biggest I've ever gone is Citation. And not opposed to that either. Definitely not opposed to that either. That would actually be kind of cool. Do like a flight. But then again, see, I'd be using the... Oh, you know what? I guess we don't have to. I was going to say, I've been using the working title CJ4, but we don't have to do that. We could just do it in stuff, in something... Starflies! Rating with a party of 37! Dude, what is going on? Starflies A! You guys! Incoming! Bunny, what's up? Good day, space! What is going on? Everybody coming from Starflies, welcome, welcome. We just got going. Frankenstein MD. Dude. See, that's a book that I wanted to read for Scary October as well. I started doing Dracula, and I just wasn't really, it just wasn't really doing it for me, man. I understand that Dracula is a, it's a classic and everything, but yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Frankenstein. I actually don't remember. It's one of those books in high school that I'm sure that I read some of, but I remember nothing about. And obviously it's a classic, but it's like, man, I definitely want to do that. Dracula was really tough. Dracula was like, what even is going on? It's like, yeah, it's pretty tough. DJ, thank you for the sub, dude. Super appreciate it, man. All right, it is 8 p.m. You know what? I'm going to be right back. I'm going to refill my beer. And then what we're going to do is... we're going to start off, we're just going to take like 5 minutes to discuss some Stoic philosophy that I've been encountering, that I've been kind of like journaling through this week. 5 minutes on that I think everybody can benefit from in terms of, controlling the things that we're, focusing on the things that we're in control of. And then we're going to get to the ground, and we're going to have IFR Tuesdays is a IFR Tuesdays is the day of the week where we are focusing on the instrument rating, and we cover topics from everything from the regulations to weather to departure procedures and approach procedures, and then we go and we apply it in the sim. And I'm really excited for tonight because it's a really, really, really important one about single pilot resource management and crew resource management, and just some of the things that we want to keep in mind, professionalism, like when we fly. And if you're a flight sim enthusiast, this is still the right place for you, because single pilot resource management, even crew resource management, but single pilot resource management is something that can help you maybe fly your sim sessions tighter, more realism, and kind of just thinking about some of the factors but really like it. It's I'll introduce it as part 2 of a 4-part series. That's kind of another reason why we're talking about CRM and SRM. It's a 4-part series on IFR safety, and then we'll go in the sim and we'll figure it out. There's some talk in here on maybe it's like a group flight that we can do. I know that traditionally, like, I'll fly IFR, and I'll just fly myself, in using Pilot Edge and in X-Plane. But I'm totally open to some, like, a group IFR flight in maybe, like, just something like either the TBM. It would be something maybe like the TBM or the King Air, something like that. So we'll take the temperature and we'll see, like, what everybody else wants to do, and maybe we can just do that. I know that I'm set up for it no matter whether we use X-Plane or we use Microsoft Flight Sim, because I updated my Navigraph, baby. Oh yeah. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill the beer. Shall return. All right. Oh, you come highly recommended by Starflies. Oh, wow, what an honor. Starflies is really, really great. You guys already knew that. Coming from Starflies, like, definitely a channel that I really, really enjoy watching. I love her delivery of things. I love her attitude. And I love how, it's always really refreshing. It's really nice to, like, see people doing what they want to do in the way that they want to do it, and like not really being influenced that much by outside forces and stuff. And that's just that's like artistry. And there's a lot of people on Twitch that I'm relatively new to Twitch, and so I'm seeing that all over, really, like, and it's just a great creative space for people to be able to do that. But as somebody that, like, I appreciate, what's the word that I'm looking for? I appreciate, like, a frankness that people have, with their delivery, and not necessarily too quickly cutting to the chase. But Starflies is like a fucking no nonsense, cut like streamer, and yet, there's gonna be like a really healthy dose of like insight into just talking about whatever she wants to talk about. And I just really appreciate that. So I think that's really, really fucking cool, man. That's really fucking cool. So for those of you that are coming from Starflies, or even that are new to the channel, regardless whether you found me, however you found me. So my name is Philip, and it's really, really nice to meet you guys. I'm a CFI. I'm a Certified Flight Instructor down here in Los Angeles, and relatively new to Twitch. And my goal, what I try and do, is provide. Let me know if I'm like too loud. I feel like I'm shouting. Am I like shouting? What my goal is to provide some you kind of like unique perspective on aviation education. Try and bring that ground and sim kind of not instruction, but guidance to Twitch from the standpoint, especially from a unique perspective. I am an amputee pilot, so I'm one of the few amputee pilots out there, and I'm the only one in the United States that is doing that job with one arm. So my left arm is gone. I'm an amputee, and you can read more about the story like in my About Me page. I would encourage you to check that out for no other reason other than it might help motivate you to face your challenges head on and get yourself through some tough times, and that through the practice, the planning, the envisioning aspect that sim provides. I've been able to take myself through the flight training process and become a teacher that where I can like help students through their flight training, and like I have empathy for what it feels like to be having a tough time as a student. I was a horrible student like my whole life, so being a teacher is like one of the best things you can do if you are coming at it like that. So really enjoy teaching, and I'm really enjoying my time as a new Twitch streamer, bringing ground instruction. In particular, I'm partial to ground instruction, and I do that through PowerPoints that I've made myself that I bring, that I share with you. And so for that reason, like it takes a lot of time. It's taken a lot of time and money and energy to get to this point. I would really appreciate, if you could find it within yourself to sub and, or, donate or something, since this stuff, I put together all myself, and, it'd be really helpful to show that appreciation. So, Banny, hey, how are you? You're planning on doing any stream about radio communication? Yeah, we definitely can. Not tonight necessarily. A little bit actually indirectly tonight. We're doing single pilot resource management and crew resource management, and in there you have definitely things to keep your cockpit organized, so that you are a better listener and a better communicator. That's definitely part of it. From a crew resource management standpoint, that is communication. Like that is radio, like kind of between two people, and really like it's about the divvying up of tasks and like the division of tasks, the coordinated like choreography, really like of who's doing what, so that everything is very clear on who's doing what and everything. So, but I think to your point, like tonight's not really about radio. I definitely can do that. I definitely should. I think that's a great suggestion. So, let's see here. So one thing before we get into SRM and CRM, one thing I like to do, being a spinal cord injury survivor and somebody that, being a teacher and a mentor, and having had great respect for mentors and teachers from my standpoint, like I do try and have a motivational aspect to this, to my streams. And one thing I like to do at the top of the week, I normally do my streams are Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Wednesdays and Thursdays being mostly about the private pilot. You can check that on my schedule. I try and bring I journal a lot. I journal every single day, and I find it really helpful to journal for just processing things, and also like just kind of keeping my goals in the forefront, and to work through thoughts. And it's kind of nice to reflect on journal entries. And what I do is I work through this daily stoic. Presidential, see, man. I work through this daily stoic, and what this is a it's a journal that walks you through prompts. Like I kind of suck at journaling like blank pages. So what my girlfriend got me this really cool journal where it's like they give you prompts like, Presidential, you're awesome, man. Thank you so much. Fantastic seeing you, dude, by the way. Congratulations again. Really, really stoked. Let's get together. Let's fly soon. Daily prompts that this thing gives you are really, really cool to reflect on once in the morning, once in the evening. But the thing is every week there's like a weekly teaching that, the prompts kind of like follow, or like they kind of umbrella like under. And This week's Daily Stoic is talking about the real power. It says it's called the real power that you have. And I really liked this one, and really like what this is about is pretty much like focusing on the things that you're in control of. What kind of things, like where is your power, like what I was getting from this is like where is your power really? I know from my standpoint, especially as a spinal cord injury, like coming out of my spinal cord injury, I like to try and like exert power over a situation and try and like control, what the doctors were doing, or like control like the how quickly like I relearned things. I tried to control like certain things that like totally were out of my control, and I didn't realize that by like overstretching like my the power that I had, like I wasn't even focusing on the real things. The real power is like calming myself down and having the patience to have something take as long as it needed to take to relearn something. Or the real power was managing my expectations over as I was like relearning something. Or the real power was managing my emotions and like my anger through something, things that had to do with me, not things that were outside of me. And so this week's like Stoic teaching of the power that you really have, focusing on the things that I'm in control of, were really spoke to me. And as motivationally, what I would do is encourage you to focus on the things that you're in control of as well, and try not to spread yourself too thin over the things that you're not in control of, because that any power that you have over those things, it's fleeting. It's not even real power. And the real problem is when things are going according to plan and we feel like we do have power over things that we really don't. Once something changes that's out of our control and things start going out of hand, it's really easy to become disoriented. And but instead, if we focus on the things that we're in control of, we we empower ourselves to adapt when things inevitably don't go according to plan. So I tend to look like inside, to look within when I'm wondering, what can I do to like enhance a situation or regain control over something where I feel like I'm not in control of something. Just look within, control the perception that I have over certain things, or control like what I need to focus on what I'm, being grateful for more things instead, and specifically to flying is very, very important too. Like we cannot control over what other pilots are doing. And we cannot control what other pilots are doing. We cannot control what ATC needs us to do. We cannot control what instrument approach nav aids are in service or not in service, what VORs are out of service. We can't control TFRs that pop up, or even unforecasted weather. But what we can control is our pre-flight action. We can control how we gather and interpret weather information. We can control how we interpret and pay close attention to aircraft performance, and the go no go decision that is in your control. And so I think that even though there's a lot to get overwhelmed about with flying that is not in our control, there's a shit ton of stuff that is in our control to either get ourselves to, in terms of the go, no go decision. And frankly, even if you're in a situation with a lot out of your control that's in a hectic situation, there's still a lot in your control. And frankly, I think that works perfectly, segues into our single pilot resource management and crew resource management ground school tonight. Single pilot resource management and crew resource management, these are all the things that we are actually in control of, that help us understand a situation. They help us understand, even though we can't control external pressures, like they help us understand and acknowledge external pressures and the influence that those have on our decision making. It is in our control to perceive and process and perform certain changes to see if we can better a situation and get ourselves out of a sticky situation, potentially an emergency situation. You know, we are in control of how disciplined we are with our checklists and how disciplined we are with our call outs as we are climbing, let's say, through some altitudes. We are in control of how we vocalize certain actions or certain observations in the cockpit to another crew member that keeps us on the same page. So it totally goes in perfectly with also whether it's with life or aviation or or otherwise. So that was totally impromptu, and that actually was super dope. I'm really glad that this is the weekly thing. I haven't really thought about it in terms of flying until right now, so that's awesome. Banny, thank you for the life advice. It actually goes along with challenges you're currently going through. It helps staying positive. I'm so glad. You don't have to get into it. Feel free. It's safe space. If you do want to get into it and share, you can DM me if you want. But I'm really glad that speaks to you because, whether you don't need to be an amputee to for that to speak to, and that I only like to really speak to things that I'm going through that I'm pretty sure other people are also going through, perspectives that others are going through. It does no good to be like, when you have one arm, this is what it's like, I only have one arm. So that's bullshit, man. We have way too many similarities between us than, way more similarities than differences. So why focus on the differences? It's the similarities that matter. And I'm really glad that, you're hearing some similarities, and at least in the outlook. So fantastic, man. Fantastic. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. CRM and SRM. We got beer. We've got coffee. We've got steak and chicken marinating teriyaki in the fridge for tomorrow. Boom. Oops. All right. Hold on. Okay. So here's the deal. Is this CRM and SRM, tonight's ground and sim ground lecture is, it's not really a lecture. It's like, it's just probably take like a little bit, but it's part 2 of 4 parts that I wanted to run on IFR Tuesdays this month. And it's a 4-part series on IFR safety. And part 1 was last Tuesday, where we talked about human factors. We talked about human physiology, all of the things that contribute to spatial disorientation, the kinesthetic inner ear stuff, the eyesight and optical illusions stuff. And we're gonna return to that later, but that was part 1 was human factors. Part 2 is single pilot resource management and crew resource management. What is SRM? What is CRM? What can happen when that breaks down? Because part 3 and part 4 will be about that. Part 3 will be a discussion next Tuesday for IFR Tuesdays. Will be a discussion-based ground on the AOPA real pilot stories. I have, I think 5 or 6 of these videos and PowerPoints on bullet points that of what I had found in these videos. But, I'm curious to open up this actually as a Discord voice chat and get some of your opinions on, for those of you that are subbed, and join my Discord, you have voice capability in the Discord chat, and I want to hear from you on as we watch these AOPA real pilot stories and we discuss what the issues were and what went wrong in these incidents that these people were fortunate to walk away from, like what, based on human factors, based on CRM that we just talked about, what happened, what could have been done differently. Do you have a personal story based on this? And whatever. So I'm really excited about that. Things in those videos included are trapped on top of bad weather and not being instrument current, or being trapped in bad weather, picking up icing and having to do something in an emergency situation, picking up ice. What are you even doing there? And being an IMC and with minimum fuel and fuel mismanagement. And we will also be looking at the NOL report and aviation accident statistics that night. Finally, part 4 will be a collection of IFR-related accidents and fatalities that will be really interesting to go through, having gone through part 1, 2, and 3 of this module that I do in my IFR classes. Part 1 being the human factors, part 2 CRM and SRM. Part 3, we are opening up the can of like things, causal reasons for certain incidents that these pilots walked away from. Part 4, these are things that people did not walk away from, and this will be accidents that are from part 121. So these are airlines. I have 2 part 121 IFR related fatalities. I have 1 part 135 accident, and then 3 part 91 accidents, all fatalities. And what I've done is I've gone through the NTSB for you and made slides and bullet points on what their findings were. I'm just reporting to you direct from the NTSB, like what they found. And we can relate that to everything that we talk about in part 1, part 2, and part 3. So it's going to be super dope. As I said, if this education sounds, appealing to you, I would appreciate a follow, and once again, just a sub or something to keep the channel going. Super appreciated. So SRM and CRM, I actually have a part of this lecture. That's a huge lecture that I have. You can see here that contains all of this. But not all of this is CRM and SRM. So it's in the big... let's see here. Yeah, okay, cool. We'll just start right here. It's a part of this lecture right here, so we'll just get going. All right. So as I said before, this is a part of a larger lecture called IFR Accidents, Incidents, and Analysis, something I put together for my IFR students. And some of the sources used will be the... have you heard about the accident in Brazil this week in the Beechcraft King Air C90? I have not. Feel free to post that if you have any information on that from NTSB or whatever, or whatever you know about it. I'm curious. In Brazil, so I wonder if it was what it could have been. Interesting. So NTSB is one of the sources. AOPA is another source that I use. In particular, the AOPA Air Safety Institute's NOL report, which is something I encourage you guys to familiarize yourself with in terms of accident stats. It's really, really interesting to read about what their findings are and what's contributing to a lot of these accidents. Now, tonight we're going to be talking about SRM and CRM. So there's an advisory circular out there. Sheed rating with a party of 40. Welcome. Everybody coming over from Shed's raid. I really, really appreciate the raid, by the way. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody, and we'll just keep this reintroduction brief. For those of you that are new to the channel, my name is Philip. I'm a certified flight instructor, and tonight is IFR Tuesdays. We're going through part 2 of 4 regarding IFR safety, and tonight is about single pilot resource management. Yeah, Katie, that's so cute that you do that. And tonight is about single pilot resource management and crew resource management, and so I definitely would appreciate a follow and being a real world instructor, putting this information together for you. has taken a lot of time and experience and like, money on my own part. So a sub to keep the channel going would be super appreciated. Now, single pilot crew resource management is something that is very formalized and required in the higher levels of flying, like in the professional world of flying, and to the point where that's hilarious, Rocks. No way. As you step into the professional world of flying, there have formalized, like, regulated crew resource management training, like, programs that are a part of that air carrier's, certification, like, process, I believe. And so guidance on what that program should entail comes from an advisory circular 120-51B. And so we'll go through it, but it's not, I really just took the core, like, bullet points and made it kind of more, we're not going to go through the advisory circular. I just wanted to let you know that the things that I'm going to tell you tonight about CRM come from that advisory circular, as well as this advisory circular as well, regarding communication and coordination between flight crew members. And they have the FAA has an entire handbook on CRM. This is extremely, extremely important topic, as you could fucking imagine. You got two huge advisory circulars and their own handbook on how to talk to another person in the cockpit, essentially. Because it's, yes, loss of control is the leading killer for aviation, but also, like, you have these, depending on whether it's weather or loss of control or whatever, you have these, like, leading causes or whatever. Everything, for the most part, what they're finding, overwhelming majority of accidents, especially in the professional world, where they're looking back at cockpit voice recorders and looking at the flight data recorder stats, it's not only pilot induced, a lot of these accidents, but it's the lack of coordination a lot of the time, and a lacking clarity on who is doing what, and either things being ambiguous, or maybe it's an environment where seniority and respect is the highest virtue, and so the FO is not going to speak up on anything, even though they clearly see that some shit is going down. And CRM, it's a huge thing that if we could master, or at least work toward mastery, and ever work toward, mastery that's not attainable, but as we work ever closer to the ideal, ideally we get to the point where we have a cockpit, safe space, open dialogue, team effort, two halves of the same brain working together, choreographed to fly this airplane. And that is where that handbook comes in, to the point where other countries bring in, crew resource management, like, experts from the United States a lot of the time, to enhance and facelift their company culture and get those safety numbers back up. So we are definitely headed in the right direction in terms of crew resource management. And I will definitely drink to that. Pilot Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge. The single pilot resource management that we'll talk about tonight come from the PHAC. Fabulous book. Obviously really dense. And so kind of a tough read if you're just starting to get into aviation, and so that's where the flight instructor comes in, is to help kind of break down what you need. But the SRM is it's comprehensive, I'll tell you that. Like, it includes everything you need to know, so the SRM stuff I actually got from the PHAC. All right, and as always, the FAR aim. Okay, so what's to come? What we find is when we look at these accidents, we'll be looking at what some of these ubiquitous themes are, like that led to these accidents. So we'll see what are the themes that are so pervasive, that are all over the place, that we can really learn from. Yeah, rocks. I watched a documentary on how distractions broke down comms instead of crews controlling aspects of piloting. It starts with communication, man. It's kind of like life, you know. Like it all starts with communication and um, how we can work together. You know, it's all about working together. It's not about one person being the hero and one person, hey, like watch what I do. You learn from me. You know, fuck that, dude. Like we're in this together. We both I just because you're senior doesn't mean that you want to live more than I do. We both have a vested interest to go back to our families, dude. And also, by the way, these 200 people behind us also would be super jazzed to not, you know, to make it to their destination as well. We all want to get out of this thing, you know, and together we can be a part of a system that is a very well-oiled machine, and it's all good, right? But it starts with good communication and good decision making. So, but how soon with crew be replaced by computers, CRM become irrelevant? Absolutely not true, Skipper. Absolutely not true. The humans will, at least in, I do not see computers replacing pilots. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Are we seeing more automation in various levels and spheres of our society? Absolutely. Are we seeing various types of automation taking over pilots' jobs in the military? And does it start there and trickle its way down? Yeah, absolutely. You know, like there are certain aspects of it that are extremely highly automated. Are we seeing high levels of automation in commercial aircraft that are rendering pilots able to, you know, more fitting the role of managing automation versus flying? Unfortunately, yes, that is true, right? But I don't think that, you know, unfortunately, with automation, there are problems that that come up that do require the ingenuity and the problem solving skills of a human to override certain things, to seize control over a situation that the computer is just going to do what you program it to do. I do not see the computer replacing the crew, but I do see an ever an ever advancing, an ever growing role of automation in that process, and super crucial that humans do a better and better job of managing that automation, definitely. And will that automation take more and more of a role of the flying? We're already seeing that with Airbus, especially from what I hear. Now, what you have here is a difference in philosophy. There are some countries and companies, not in the United States, but certain countries out there that do believe that we are now in a place where it is not about training the pilot to fly. It is about training the pilot to manage the autopilot and to diagnose problems with the autopilot and turn buttons and push knobs and stuff. Unfortunately, that's the case because in the United States, we are at least right now, from my understanding, we are very much of the philosophy of we train pilots. We do not train button pushers and knob turners. We train pilots. And if that autopilot is rogue, or you misprogrammed something and the airplane's not doing something and you don't know it yet, and the airplane's doing something you don't want it to do, you disengage and you hand fly that airplane until you can, in a crew environment, figure out what is going on. Case in point is actually at the end of this report of this lecture, we look at the Boeing that crashed in San Francisco, I believe in 2014, dragging ass all the way in below the glide slope on a visual approach where the pilots weren't saying anything and they were turning knobs and pushing buttons to correct for an autopilot mode that was inadvertently selected, that resulted in the pitch maintaining a climb pitch attitude for a go around, even though the plane was in a descent and at a low power setting and the auto throttles were disengaged. It was a very confusing time, and the whole empennage of the airplane broke off when it crashed short of the runway. And luckily, you know, most people were okay. In fact, everybody survived except for like 2 people that I totally ironically like got fatally injured from the rescue trucks that were in the process, which also was in the recommendation from the NTSB to the FAA on, you know, better coordinated effort on rescue operations. But those guys were turning knobs and pushing buttons on a system that, you know, and so the counter argument would be like, well, if you had a system that didn't inadvertently put it in that mode, you know, then, you know, you will never have a system though that takes over the pilot's job. I don't believe so. Too many problems that can occur. You need somebody there to fix the problem. All right. So ubiquitous themes in these crashes. What we see here are the lack of crew resource management, lack of coordination, and communication skills between pilots. In a single pilot environment, we see people overwhelmed. We see people not organized. We see people going into weather that, you know, they should not have gotten themselves into. And we see a lot of controlled flight into terrain. We see a lot of aircraft that are otherwise in a working condition that crash into the ground and collide with the ground, either for a variety of reasons, but a lot of the time when you're IFR, it's usually spatial disorientation that you can refer to the ground from last Tuesday to expand more on. Oops. Like I said, inadequate communication and decision making. A big thing that you see is checklist usage and design, and checklist design. Checklist usage is fundamental. It's one of the first things that you use, and it's something that even as an enthusiastic flight simmer, I would encourage you to use the real checklist for these aircraft. And not only that, but the way of using checklists is important, that we start with our mental checklist items, and then we verify compliance with those items utilizing a written checklist. But these checklists, the design is also really important too, because if they have you all over the cockpit as you're going through these procedures, it's like there's no cohesive or like comprehensive flow across the panel, you know, and so it's very important. We see that that's actually an issue. Proficiency versus currency is definitely an issue, a ubiquitous theme where it's like, you might be current, but are you proficient to operate IFR in particular, right? It's extremely easy to lose your proficiency, your IFR proficiency, if you are not actively flying IFR all the time. It doesn't take much, as you would even notice even in the sim, it doesn't take much for you to be flying these 737s or the Citation or, you know, the even the King Air, these airplanes like that are highly automated. It doesn't take much for you to be flying those for hours and hours and hours. You know, and doing SIDS and, you know, doing IFR, flying IFR, right? Picking up an IFR clearance, managing the autopilot on the standard instrument departure, the en route structure, doing a star, stepping down out of the flight levels, getting on an approach, managing the descent rate on a non-precision approach, or managing your vertical, you know, the automation on an ILS where you're down to the ground, and then you don't even touch the controls until you're like 500 feet above the ground. Boom, autopilot off, and you landed on the runway. Super easy. If you do enough of that, you go in a 172 to try and hand fly it, and the whole thing looks like shit, you know. So it is absolutely crucial that we, at a minimum, you know, make an effort to fly these airplanes by hand and maintain proficiency. Maintain IFR proficiency with our checklist discipline to keep control over the situation, stay ahead of it, and to reduce the potential for task saturation. All right. So what is CRM? There's the advisory circular right there, by the way, that 12051. That like lays out what CRM actually is. So some of the areas of focus of the CRM, okay, and we'll talk about SRM after. It's about having the wherewithal to know what is going on around you and what is coming up. That situational awareness is very crucial, and it's something that through checklist usage and through proficiency you can like stay on top of. But you know, we need to maintain that situational awareness so that we have, for example, the appropriate call outs and things like that. Those communication skills stay tight, and that we do the same call outs all the time. That when we are working through checklists, we have somebody watching us to confirm, and that it is very clear who is flying this airplane, that we have positive aircraft exchange of flight controls, and that it's very obvious, who's doing the radio work, who's doing the flying, and that kind of stuff, and that teamwork is very delineated and it's very understood. Task allocation is very important in terms of those things I just mentioned, but also reducing the likelihood of task saturation. So you can absolutely be task saturated, obviously, as a single pilot environment, but definitely can be task saturated in a crew environment as well. If the tasks are not properly allocated and divided up, and you have a captain or a pilot with a hazardous attitude that wants to do everything themselves, like, you need to help that other pilot help them help you, yeah. Okay, so you have to allocate those tasks. Decision making with a comprehensive framework of standard operating procedures. So yeah, if you're going to work with a company, they're going to have a set of SOPs that they're going to tell you who's going to do what and when and stuff. So you just would adhere to that. And yeah, we've got 3 components to when you're looking at CRM and you're going to a company that you want to fly for. There will be an initial indoc and an awareness of like an initial indoctrination of CRM and what those SOPs are. But then when you go back for recurrent practice, there is some, recurrent training that you go through. So we see here, like, according to the advisory circular, that human error contributes to overwhelming majority of these accidents, like we said, 60 to 80%. And poor group decision making and ineffective communication and leadership are attributed to that. And of course that is the case, of course that's the case. Right? We're trying to strive for better crew coordination. So when you're talking about CRM, and you're looking at some of the topics that are covered in those classes, one of them is communications processes and decision behavior. Basically what we mean by that is what is said and what sort of tools can we arm ourselves with to get this incredibly complex job done. The first one is having a good briefing, and I think that that's really important too. Like, when you're going for realism in the sim, many of us are very avid, enthusiastic sim enthusiasts, right? So one of the ways that you can enjoy your sim and be in a crew environment properly, especially if you do your own streams, or maybe you hop on and you do rocks, no problem. And you want to join in maybe with a friend, and that can be really fun in the streaming space or in this flight sim space, where you got a friend in the right seat that's following you on maybe Discord or something like that. Briefings are super important, and I'm talking about briefings for not the standard weather briefing, although that is important too. But you could go to Starflies for that, definitely. That she can do a way better standard briefing than I do. But the briefings I'm talking about are, for example, the pilot briefing. Like, when you're in the run-up and you've done your run-up check, you're going to be doing a briefing the same way every single time. And, for example, the pilot briefing, we can divide into 2 parts: the departure and the emergency briefing. And that departure briefing, we can spell out certain things, like the runway we're using, taxiway that we're using, the runway available length to us, to initial liftoff speed, VY, cruise climb speed, cruise altitude that we're climbing to and the departure type, even briefing the approach before we actually leave the ground. I brief my instrument approach in the run-up area for the destination. Make sure my minimums are set and programmed. Does he skipper? Yeah, Continuum does good pilot briefings. I love it, dude. I love it. Absolutely crucial. And the emergency briefing is also really important. When you're IFR, you want to be briefing those approaches every time. And that's really, really important to do them the same way. And being there with another person, you're looking at the same approach, that you're looking at the same current, and correct approach and stuff like that. Inquiry, advocacy, assertion. So just the that you can go through the checklist, say something out loud and that needs to get done, and then somebody can confirm or say that that something is done, or assert yourself that something needs to be done if something isn't being done. Crew self-critique regarding decisions and actions. It's very important that there's an open dialogue in the cockpit, and I think in life this is a really important thing too. Like, we need to be open to constructive criticism. We should be able to voice like how we, what we think about something, if something could be improved, especially if there's safety involved. And conflict resolution obviously is really important. We need to be able to use your words. You really do. Like, you need to use your words and have open communication. So communications processes and decision behavior, like things that we can do to make sure our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted, are very important. But also team building and maintenance is really important too. From a leadership standpoint, like, we can all be leaders. We can all be in the cockpit with the captain mentality and conduct ourselves, whether we're in a crew environment or a single pilot environment. We can conduct ourselves as leaders because we are leaders. You don't need to be the captain of some airliner to be a leader, and believe it or not, and you better believe that there are some single pilot GA pilots out there more disciplined and more of a leader than some captains out there of airlines. Absolutely the case, because it takes more to be a leader than to be in a position of leadership. Okay, so we need to have an awareness of that everybody can be a leader, and whether you're in the real airplane or you're in the simulator, having that captain mentality is really important. I think what does that mean? That starts with having humility, you know what I mean, and being cool, being chill. Workload management is really important in terms of team building, where you both have a mutual interest in managing workload, and so you have open communication on who's doing what and managing stress that way. Okay. This is practically done by crew monitoring and cross-checking with a pilot flying and a pilot monitoring situation. The fact of the matter is like, both pilots are monitoring the airplane, but it needs to be clear on who is at the controls and who's watching the person watching the airplane, right? Who's watching that person and monitoring that flight path. Both pilots need to play an active role in digesting what's going on, especially in as automated as a world as we live in with aviation. We both need to be watching, like, what is going on with this aircraft, the behavior of this aircraft. Are we descending when we shouldn't be descending? Are we at an altitude that's below our minimum en route altitude? Should we be turning right or should we be turning left? Are we on a course to intercept the final approach course, or what's going on? We need to be cross-checking what's going on. Advanced CRM. So, when we start getting into more out of the basics and more into the advanced stuff, should also be spelled out in the SOPs. We start talking about specific call-outs that you want to exhibit in your, like, climb profile, for example. Like, you want to make sure that that your call-outs for maybe heading bug set, and VORs are set, final approach course set or something, or radios and navs are set. and somebody confirming that, or like for example, like on the rollout, like on the takeoff roll, that you call out, like you shoot a glance down at your systems and then you're back outside, right? Systems are green on the roll. You're back over to your airspeed indicator, airspeed alive, back outside, right? And then you have the other pilot confirming. So, or you're on the climb and you're 1,000 feet away from your cruise altitude, that kind of stuff. Let's see, other principles and techniques. Yeah, the openness to interventions needed to correct flying errors. The pilot monitoring to establish a positive attitude toward monitoring, challenging and mitigating risk by the pilot flying. So what that means is that it's very important in a crew environment, and again, like in life as well, you're gonna have people like in control of the situation, but they need to be open to the pilot monitoring to dissent or have an issue with something. And frankly, the pilot monitoring can't be an asshole about it either. Like, you need to understand, like, this pilot is under some stress, they're flying. We need to be respectful about the way that we challenge or the way that we monitor. For example, like, don't, just like in life, like if you're gonna have a problem with something, like ideally you have, an alternative that you offer as well. Not just being a negative fucking Nancy about something and like having problems with something. So it's really, really important. Really like life lessons taught to you by CRM. But captains, there's specific training for captains to giving and receiving challenges, and to being humble is very important. There are enough accidents, especially in on cockpit voice recorders of cockpit environments with pilots from other countries, that where the customs of that country, seniority, and your elders, like your respect for your elders supersedes any issue that you would dare bring up to them, even if it's glaringly obvious that something is not right. Like, you just would never bring that up or say otherwise, because they're the older ones, they're the senior ones. Like, they'll probably take care of it, and I don't want to get in trouble, or I don't want to get it's just why. So that's when they'll bring in other CRM experts to kind of revamp their professional environment. Okay, so that's enough about CRM. There's a lot there, but I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I am not a commercial, like, I'm not in the airlines, like I can't really speak to much more than that. All I did was really go through the advisory circular. I understand as a flight instructor, we do teach CRM, we do teach callouts, we do teach leadership, we do teach openness to and adaptability and communication and stuff. So I can't speak to those things, but for more information on CRM, you can actually go to those advisory circulars in that handbook. Now, talking about SRM, we're almost done here. What is SRM, and how does it differ from CRM? So single crew resource management is CRM, single pilot resource management is SRM. And what SRM is it's how to make decisions, especially in a single pilot environment. Very, very stressful situation where you very well may need to address several things at once in a single pilot environment. Some emergency, maybe, there's passenger management that goes into a single pilot environment. You are alone, there's nobody monitoring pilot flying, pilot monitoring situation. And so this is important. This is super, super important for all pilots. And what are some of the things that we can do to minimize our workload, reduce the potential for task saturation, and just fly more professionally, And this right here is definitely applicable to those of you in the flight sim community. So we're talking about analyzing each situation and regarding personal minimums, and that type of thing too also comes up. Okay, so what are the 5 Ps? The 5 Ps are considerations that help us understand the situation really preemptively. This is a preemptive situation typically where we have not yet left. We are in the process of making a go, no-go decision, and it helps us understand like some of the factors at work in this no go decision. The plan. So these are 5 P's that help us understand certain things. So the plan, what we're talking about with the plan is, do we have a watertight cross-country plan? Do we have a watertight, if we're IFR, have we looked at what's likely going to be assigned? Are we ready to take down our clearance? Are we capable of flying based on this plan? Do we have the navigation equipment on board necessary to execute that plan? What is the weather along that route? What's the weather? How does the weather outside affect what the plan is? Do we need an alternate plan? May we also need contingency fuel for an unforeseen problem? Or maybe the atmosphere is very unstable, and pop-up weather can complicate things, so we need an alternate route. Do we need an alternate airport? And what are the fuel requirements like for that? When we're IFR, we talked about regulations before. We need enough fuel to our destination, our alternate, and 45 minutes after that at normal cruise power. Do we have, and we need some personal minimums on top of that, obviously. So what goes into that alternate airport? Do we have the weather for the alternate? Do we have the fuel? So the plan is very important. Plane is also very important, obviously. All these P's are important. It's important not only to have a watertight plan, but that we make sure that the plane is also, that we are proficient in the airplane, not only current in to fly, but proficiency is extremely important, especially in the IFR environment where things can go south extremely quickly. If they're going to have some problems, it's probably going to start with you being behind the airplane, not ATC being weird or whatever. It's you not being able to control this airplane and things getting real out of hand, and you're not up to date on some new avionics that this airplane has, or maybe your GPS is out of date, or maybe you're just not really like as familiar with the autopilot, and automation management. So that is I know there's a ground that we did before on automation management. You can go check that video out. Very very important understandings of how to use the autopilot, but how to some good decision making about that as well. The pilot is an essential component. Obviously, your well-being, your ability to be in tip-top shape in order to adapt and make good decisions is crucial. You need to be aware of high altitudes and long trips. Hypoxia can lead to fatigue, but even just flying for a long time, can lead to a lot of fatigue. And same thing in the sim, frankly. If you're in the sim for a long time, you start really flying like shit, and it's not good. It's not good. So you want to do things to continually stay on top of it and not get task saturated. We'll be talking about tools to employ in the cockpit in terms of staying organized. How do you stay on top of task saturation and keep that water level low, that ever rising water level? How do you keep it low? But yeah, it starts with really an organized cockpit, yeah, you just want to be aware of that fatigue. Personal minimums wise, you want to be aware, if you're an actual pilot and you're flying IFR, what you definitely want to consider personal minimums wise is how long are you going to be in IMC. Flying an IMC in real life is really fatiguing. It doesn't take long. After an hour, I would say, depending on your experience and the type of airplane, flying high performance IMC, dude, you're pretty tired after a couple hours, an hour and a half, 2 hours of flying in solid IMC. You haven't seen anything outside at all in an hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah, you're tired. So just be aware of that and set some personal minimums on time spent in IMC en route. Passengers is something that cannot, the effect of external pressures and passengers inadvertently giving or imparting that stress onto you, it cannot be emphasized enough, the importance of being aware of this. Huge difference here between CRM and SRM, where if you're a single pilot, passengers, I mean, either way, passengers is like, a gnarly thing to handle, but because they're not understanding what is going on, all they know is they're gonna go in this airplane, and that airplane is a transportation, or it's a teleportation device where they're gonna magically show up basically at a different airport, and then they're gonna go and do whatever. You, on the other hand, you are in charge of the weather, the clearance, the planning, the fuel, the emergencies, the systems, everything, passenger management. You're in charge of everything. Now, in a single pilot environment, passenger management is super duper crazy because that's just one more thing. Like, you really did not need one more thing to handle. So, but in a CRM, in the crew environment, it's nice. It's an added layer of what tasks need to be divided up between the two pilots and stuff. So, and then finally, the programming is the fifth P. And with the programming, we're talking about making sure that before we leave, that we've got our approach procedures in there, that we've got our altitude reference totally selected before we go, that we have any autopilot modes, vertical speed or whatever, that we need to set first before we turn the autopilot on is all set, and we're all dialed in, that we've got our flight plan put in if we're using an auto advanced cockpit here. Yeah, you just want to make sure that all that programming is done ahead of time, and that the approaches are programmed and everything, or departure procedures or stars or anything like that is programmed. And not only that, but that when you are done programming those things, that you're sitting there with a chart in front of you, an approved chart, a current chart, and that you have reviewed those fixes, altitude restrictions, and speed restrictions, if applicable, in the departure procedure, the star, and the instrument approach procedure, that you've reviewed all of those, and that programming that you just did in your aircraft corresponds to everything that you see on the chart itself. It's very important that you stay tight on those things. All right. We've got the 3P model of decision making. This is something really useful in a single pilot environment in particular, where what we need to be doing is not like being lulled in, like especially in the en route environment where the workload is relatively the lowest potentially, like that we are not lulled into a false sense of security and like, oh, thank God, oh, that's over, that was a super crazy departure, now we get to twiddle our thumbs. It's very important that throughout the entirety of the flight, that we are constantly perceiving, processing, and performing actions, and then working our way all the way back around and in a circular motion going through these 3 Ps in our decision making. And what does that mean, right? Like, what do you mean? So what I'm saying is, for example, like, let's say that we're in a climb, and what we're doing is we are perceiving, we're processing, we're performing. We're looking at our systems, making sure that the engines are producing power, making sure that we're on heading. We're perceiving any changes maybe in bank attitude, especially in a propeller airplane with left turning tendencies. We want to make sure that we're not gradually banking in that climb, and that if we perceive a problem, if we perceive oil pressure or oil temperature being weird, or if we perceive an issue with the automation, if we perceive an issue with the vertical speed maybe being out of control, if we perceive a problem with getting off heading, that we process that something is not right, and that we perform immediate corrective action, and that we do this in a way that gets us back on track. And then when we do that, when we perform that corrective action, that we go back to the top, and that we perceive the changes. If we're going to perform a corrective action, we need to go to back to perceiving that the aircraft is trending in the correct direction now, right? If we're gonna take a turn out and we're gonna put a half standard rate turn in there the opposite direction to get back on heading, we need to perceive that corrective action was performed correctly and that the airplane is tending to, or trending in the right direction, right? That when after performing the corrective action and lowering the nose, that we perceive that the correct like performance information, like the vertical speed performance, is where it needs to be, and that we didn't overdo it. Right? We need to perceive if we're gonna put the nose down because the vertical speed is too crazy. We need to perceive that the vertical speed isn't negative or zero or too low. Now our speed is way high. You know. So we need to make sure that the corrective action is performed correctly. That if that and then go back to the top and perceive. If the sometimes the corrective action performed is either insufficient or overdone. Right. We need to perceive that we're not quite there yet. We would force the nose down. We perceive a different problem. Now our airspeed's going out of control. We process that and perform corrective action, right? We need something in between. So 3P model. Oh, and by the way, like throughout the flight, right? En route, I can't emphasize this enough. Like en route, we are constantly perceive, process, and performing. We're constantly perceiving, is there anything going on that's out of the ordinary? No? Okay, great. Process that, perform. Awesome. You know, maintain what's going on. Perceive. How about now? Yep. All right, sweet. Now, the other thing is we play an active role. If we can see on the ground, or if we can see the ground, we perceive, options. Just because everything's going according to plan, it's not that we sit on our hands, right? So we perceive, like looking at the ground, where are we going to put it if we do have a problem, right? We look at the ground and we see like where are the freeways, where are the parks, where are the stadiums, like where are the huge parking lots, like, where are we going to put this airplane, where's the beach, where are we going to put this airplane if we have a problem, and then that way if we ever do perceive a problem, we can process it and perform that corrective action immediately because we were ready for that. PAVE helps us also understand like what's going on, kind of similar to the 5 Ps, but PAVE is something that you want to be aware of that helps us make good decisions by giving us an awareness of some of the factors that are going on around us in our situation. So the pilot, goes back to one of the 5 Ps is the pilot. Are you healthy enough to do this flight? Are you motivated to do it and it's not... Are your motivations to fly right now sound? Are they, healthy? Are you motivated to do something and potentially that is, urging you toward a decision a go decision that normally you'd make a no-go decision? You need to be aware of that. The aircraft, as we said, programming, performance, familiarity with the avionics. It's important that we understand the aircraft. The environment's very important too. Like we need to understand like that the environment plays a crucial role on the handling of this aircraft. We talked about performance already, and I think we're gonna do another one. We have performance charts tomorrow and crosswind landings, but I know we've talked about aircraft performance last month, but the environment is plays a role. Like the thinner the air, the harder the airplane, the harder the time the airplane has to do what it wants to do. So we just need to be aware of our environment. We need to understand that the environment is ever changing, and that we can utilize single pilot resource management. We can utilize those tools on board, whether it's ADS-B or it's onboard radar, or if it's calling a flight service station, remote control, remote communications outlet, or if it's utilizing other pilots, or if it's using the TRACON controllers and asking them for any pilot reports. Like we can play an active role. We're in control of those things. Like, right, going back to the Stoic, like the teachings that we were talking about in the beginning, like we are in control of a lot of things. There's a lot of that we're not in control of, but we're in control of a shit ton of stuff in terms of questions that we can ask or resources that we can manage when we're in a single pilot environment. Okay. Specifically with regard to understanding what our environment is doing. Do we need to have a backup plan, and do we need to develop a backup plan that we didn't anticipate? And then finally, external pressures is it's kind of it's a really not kind of it's a really important thing to understand that, like, people that we're gonna fly with do not understand, like, everything. They don't even understand. I mean, to say that they understand the tip of the iceberg, I think is even a stretch. Of all of the things that we as pilots need to consider when going into a flight, everything from weather to aircraft performance to regulations to scanning for traffic, required equipment, how to deal with inoperative equipment, radio communications, navigation, automation management, airspace awareness and pilotage, and what, dude? I can name a million more things. They're not aware of all that stuff. All they know is they want to go fucking fly, and all they know is that you promised them 3 times already before that you would go flying. Every single time it's like something comes up weather-wise, and it's like, oh, that's not fair. So all they know is that they need to get to their meeting. All they know is that they have work tomorrow, and they can't not take off and go back to where you guys took off out of, because they have work tomorrow and they got to go. Like, they can't stay here and, get a hotel and wait for the weather to get better. They got to get back home. What are you talking about? I have a family, So that's all they know. And that's not their fault, but you do need to know that that's all that they know. And that's when you're like, you know what? That's nice that you have a family. I don't give a shit because there's a thunderstorm out there and we are not flying. You know what? Then walk, then walk, or take a cab or get an Uber or whatever. But I'm kicking it, dude. Like, we are not going to go fly just because I have a life too, by the way. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So, yeah, they don't know what they don't know. And really important that we understand external pressures. Some of the operational pitfalls in a single pilot environment, definitely peer pressure, like I just enumerated, but mindset. Hazardous attitudes is a big problem, and I think, like, confidence is a super bummer because the more confident there's a point where right after your check ride you're super confident, right? And but like nothing, but you don't know that you don't know nothing because you just passed a check ride, so you're on top of the world, right? Confidence is through the roof, and you have like no experience at all. You're like a 70-hour pilot, and it's totally accident prone because you're super overly confident. Then, as you start gaining experience and shit hits the fan a few times, and you get out of some sticky situations, that confidence goes down, but that appreciation, respect for what you're doing, goes up. Finally, like, over a long time, you get all these hours, right? And then you start getting overly confident as well, and then boom, accidents, because now you're too comfortable, So mindset's extremely important, and identifying hazardous attitudes within yourself, very important. Staying humble, going to recurrent training, going to seminars, listening to pilots that are more experienced than you, and realizing, like, there's a long road ahead of you, and that's fine. Mindset's very, very, very crucial. Continuing VFR and IMC is the number one weather-related killer. It's what killed Kobe's pilot and Kobe's family and friends on board. It's killed countless pilots, that venture off VFR into IMC, definitely sometimes not even being IFR legal or instrument rated at all, and just had, it looked clear outside, so I'm just going to go fly, even though I'm not going to check the weather. Realizing, first of all, that the weather is totally deteriorating. Secondly, that, oh, by the way, the weather at my departure airport is not the same as my destination airport. It's actually super IFR and dangerous there. And then getting into a situation, but then you've got like situations where it's like very clearly an IFR day, or at best a special VFR day, into assuming you can get into good weather. You take off VFR and the weather gets worse, and it's like, you're low level, you're lower than you need to be, for minimum safe altitudes, and you're just right along the ground, and the terrain just keeps rising, the ceilings are getting lower and lower, and you're running right into into the clouds, and you get all disoriented, and then boom, there's the ground. So continued VFR and IMC, big operational pitfall, especially in a single pilot environment where you don't have another person to be like, yo, like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, we shouldn't be doing this. Single pilot environment, you're like, oh no, I got this, I know this airport. So yeah. And then getting behind the aircraft, absolutely, in a single pilot environment where, like, that is the problem. That is a super problem where you can never just get caught up. And I've talked before in an instrument approach procedures lecture about the 5As. We've talked about various types of checklists to help us get caught up. The 5As is what I teach I'm a CFII, so I'll teach that to my instruments too. Actually, I teach the 5As to my private pilot students as well, so that they're ready for it with their instrument. Is the 5As helps us, like, get caught up if we do get behind. Get the ATIS, the altimeter setting, the approach brief, avionics, and the aircraft configuration, and, like, whatever checklist that you're doing, right? And that's a really nice way to get caught up if you are feeling behind. It's a nice, like, comprehensive list, because a good pilot isn't one that, it's not about not getting behind. You're going to get behind, especially when your single pilot IFR is as real deal as it gets, dude. So you're not going to not get behind, so don't have that be your criteria. But a good pilot isn't one that doesn't get behind. It's the pilot that knows, it's the person that knows what to do to get caught up when they inevitably do get behind. That's what a good pilot is all about, right? It's not about not making mistakes. It's understanding that you will make mistakes, and so I'm going to try and position myself the best that I can to respond to a mistake that I don't know what I'm going to make, that I might make. I don't know what mistake that is, but I'm going to be ready for it. That's what it's all about. All right. Stress management, the inability to cope, and may add up to an intolerable burden. The weight, of what you're doing. We're trying to ultimately, like, what we're doing with these tools, whether it's the CRM or SRM, we're talking about checklist usage, we're talking about callouts, we're talking about cockpit organization and making sure, like, for example, your charts are pre-folded, that you are organized, that you have your chart supplement or your terminal procedures publication tabbed if you're using the actual books, or that you've got the route and the terminal procedures, like, downloaded and organized in binders on ForeFlight. Whatever it is, man, that you know the aircraft, that you know the checklist, that you're performing the checklist items, like, mentally first, with a flow across the cockpit, and then verifying compliance with a written checklist. Whatever it is, those are all specific examples of what you can do. We are trying to manage stress and not get behind, All right. And then fucking boom. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, the use of resources. So single pilot resource management. Okay. Single pilot resource management is the management of the management of resources in a single pilot environment. We need to know what are our resources inside the airplane and what are the resources outside of the airplane. Resources inside of the airplane that help us stay on top of this workload, reducing stress, reducing workload, staying in front of the airplane. Okay. Utilizing the passenger would be the first one. If you are sitting with a passenger, this should be in your safety briefing as well. Your passenger briefing, safety, seats, seatbelt, shoulder harnesses, air vents. Where's the fire extinguisher? An emergency head of the tail away from the propeller. Talking is okay, but I need you to, there will be moments of radio silence. I'm going to hold my hand up like this or whatever if I need silence. Also, help me look out for traffic. And then, do you have any questions? That's a safety briefing for your passengers. Utilizing the passenger to look out for traffic, to that's a thing. If your passenger is a safety pilot, well then, dude, like there you go. You know what I mean? Have them do the radio. Have them whatever. Obviously they're gonna be looking out for traffic, but yeah. Verbal briefings, we've been talking about that. And not only verbal briefings that help both people get on the same page, but uniformity in the way that we conduct those briefings. I gave several examples earlier in terms of, well, just right now, the safety briefing, same thing every time. Pilot briefing, pre-takeoff in the run-up, same thing every time with the departure and the emergency, right? Checklist usage, or I'm sorry, the instrument approach procedure briefing, the approach briefing, same way every time, right? And just know whether you're doing the FAA or Jeppesen, it'll be slightly different way to brief it. But those briefings every single time. 5As every time, right? You're briefing not only the approach that you're going to do, but maybe you're also doing, if you have the time, based on the landing distance performance of the aircraft, like what taxiway do you anticipate getting off the runway? What taxi clearance are you anticipating to get to where you need to go on the ground? Is it a right turn off on the runway or a left? At what taxiway? So, verbal briefings. Touching items as you go through checklists. That's also really, really good, whether you're single pilot or with passengers or in a crew environment. As you're going through these items, like the cockpit, the cockpit instrument cockpit check. The instrument cockpit check, when you're on the ground, the airplane is in motion and you're making your first turn on the ground, taxiing to the right. You're making sure that you touch your heading indicator and compass are increasing, wings right, ball left, right? And you make that left-hand turn, decreasing compass, decreasing heading indicator, wings left, ball right, and you're touching those things. Or when you're in the pilot briefing and you're briefing your departure and you got an IFR clearance that it's a straight ahead to 800 feet, left turn heading 200, radar vectors, seal beach, direct, that you're touching that, like runway heading to 800 feet, left turn heading 200, radar vectors, seal beach, direct. You're pointing to the nav frequencies, verify seal beach is ready. Victor 8, right? We have that set in VOR 1. You're touching these things and you're really making, it's, or even like just startup, like everything off, right? Like electrical off, like master off, like electrical off, beacon on, mixture, rich, throttle, quarter, like primer, like 1, 2, 3 or whatever, like you're touching these things, just to really make sure. Now, these are all things like internal resources, charts, the POH charts. First of all, the POH is a required document to be in the aircraft, right? But you want to make sure that you can access it. If it turns out that you don't have your checklist, it's like, okay, well, you got the POH right there, right? Make sure that you can reach it. That as a part of your stress and workload management, you're not trying to fumble around some ambiguous part of the airplane to try and find the POH. Like have it behind the passenger seat where you can reach around and actually like get it, Charts, have your charts pre-folded. Do you have your TAC chart or your sectional chart pre-folded? If you're around class Bravo, have that TAC chart out pre-folded to where you're departing out of, And furthermore, as you're going along that cross country, that you are able to unfold that chart minimally as you are navigating by paper, and that would be hardcore too. Like, if you can do that in the sim, is have your chart pre-folded, departing out of your destination, one fold, now you're on the other side of the page or whatever, and have the chart able to be unfolded minimally as you're going along your route. External resources, and obviously the GPS is, its own like resource. I have a GPS and G1000 video on how to actually utilize. It's way too much to say there about GPS. External resources. Realize that even though you're a single pilot, you are not alone, right? Even though you're a single pilot and you are the sole occupant of that airplane, you are not alone. You've got other pilots out there that are willing to like give you pilot reports. You can listen to the chatter on the radio of other pilots interacting with the controllers a controller might even ask a pilot where the tops are, and you just heard a PIREP, what the visibility is, what the weather was like down into the same destination airport. ATC is right there. We talked earlier about flights utilizing flight service. Ah, dude, rocks, you're home now. Fantastic. I'm glad you got home safe. ATC and flight service specialists, like, you learning how to properly fold a sectional. First of all, CDL in the house, dude. What's up, man? Learning how to properly fold a sectional chart while solo mid-flight is an arcane art. Well, that's the thing. CD, I'm really glad that you brought that up, because you're talking to somebody that does not have the fucking time for that, dude. You're talking to a one-arm guy. Dude, we have no time for that. We are not folding this chart, like mid-flight. What we're trying to do is have this thing ready to go and like before we leave. Folding is important, but absolutely cannot be folding this thing in flight. That's what people do. And it's like, oh, you know what? Like, I'll just use my iPad. It's like, no, dude. The iPad, the chart, the paper chart is not the problem. The problem is that you didn't pre-fold it, and now it is a pain in the ass. Now, for workload management, yeah, it does make more sense to use the tablet, but it's like, paper is not the enemy here, So what we need to do as instructors and as pilots in general, whether you're as instructors, we teach this, but as pilots, we exhibit this behavior where, yeah, pre-fold, I know what you mean, Starflight. That's what I'm saying. Like, really, pre-folding it's all about, and you know what's cool about pre-folding a chart too, the arcane art of pre-folding a chart, though, I will say, is the art of envisioning what you're doing and envisioning yourself on that flight, and envisioning yourself on that flight, and making sure that as you get to a certain point, you're able to unfold that or whatever in a way that's that's conducive. So I feel like taking my chart out right now and showing you, but when I flew my solo cross country as a student pilot, how gnarly was that, by the way, right? That solo cross country, that like long solo cross country, holy shit, dude. I had no choice but to fold it mid-air. My flight plan took me across a flip in the map. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there's no folding going on. What I'm saying is you origami that shit, and you make sure that if you're gonna need to unfold certain things, that it's like a 1 and a 2. You know what I'm saying? Bring a second chart. Well, that's one way to do it too, but I mean, honest to God, like, I know what you're talking about. Sometimes, like, you're off of, you have it pre-folded, right? You might even have it folded, not only the rectangle, but you have like kind of a fold out. You have like a square, like a big square. And what happens if you go to the north of that square or to the off the page, right? Well, no, certainly, right? But if you're going to go north, you better have that square pre-folded to where, as you're looking at that square and you're to the north of that you can just flip that over, and then boom, you have a whole new set there. And you just flipped it over, and now you're there, right? Or if you're going to go to the edge of that square, you better be able to just fold it one time, and now you're on that side, So I work extensively, like, with my students cross-country flight, like, to make sure that they got their shit like pre-folded, ready to go. It's a big deal to me, because I mean, you're done, you know what I mean? When you have one hand and you're trying to fly this airplane and you're trying to really and you didn't pre-fold a chart, you're done. So yeah, so that's definitely important. It's a great conversation about that. That's very you can't overstate the importance of just origami folding this thing properly. Situational awareness wise. So what is situational awareness, and what can we learn from this diagram right here? So situational awareness is the accurate perception and understanding of all the factors and conditions within the 5 risk elements of a particular flight, being flight, pilot, aircraft environment, and type of operation. So it's, what does that mean? That you have an understanding of all of the elements that go into that type of flight, from the standpoint of the plan, yourself and your capabilities. What are the performance capabilities and the limitations of the aircraft? Is the environment? What's going on with the environment? Are there TFRs? Is the weather deteriorating? What's going on? And are you IFR? Are you VFR? What's going on? And based on that, what type of regulations are you are you assuming compliance with? Like when you're doing that. Situational awareness, a big thing and one of the hardest thing to teach a new student is monitoring radio communications for traffic, and yet it's one of your most crucial tools is listening. Just like life, one of the most important aspects of communication is not saying a fucking thing and just listening to what's going on. It's listening, monitoring, observing, processing, and then speaking, making sure that when we do say something that it's that it's good to go. Was just thinking that 2 print out sections of the chart we'll be using. That's another great strategy, right? You could bring another chart. You could absolutely print it out. Just make sure that the printout is, that you have scanned a current chart, or that you're taking, that it's a printout of a current chart. But yeah, exactly. Whatever works for you. I'm big on pre-folding. The thing is you don't want to be adding too many pieces of paper that can be mixed up or whatever. You start kind of getting too disorganized. Some people make it work. I'm sure you can. I think a lot of people can probably benefit from that, right? But yeah, so that's definitely another strategy. I really like that. But yeah, monitoring communications for traffic when you're in a single pilot environment, especially without ADS-B in, where all the where all the traffic's at for the most part, you can paint the picture very, very well by just listening to what's going on. Is there a lot of traffic out there? Do you have somebody already on the ILS? And therefore they're more likely to have you go through it, right, and bring you back around. Do you have somebody in an emergency, and now you're going to be probably holding for a second? So, listening to what's going on is super crucial. Developing the mental picture, I think, has got to be top 3 most important things. I can't imagine I can't imagine a more important thing. It's actually in agreement with monitoring radio communications, but in a single pilot environment, assuming that whether you have GPS or not, frankly, with GPS, I've noticed that IFR students that I work with that are accustomed to glass and that have GPS or that are glued to their tablets, they have like a super shitty mental picture of what's going on. If you take that away, they have no idea what's going on. And it's really crucial, it's more prevalent the deeper into IFR flying that you go. Like if you go into holding procedures is probably like the number 1 place where you would see this and just absolutely break down. I was just training a guy needed some work in prep for a Part 135 Stage 3 interview. And we were talking about regulations. We're talking about all of this stuff, actually, crew resource management, and doing some sim work as well. And dude did not know how to hold, and like by hand, but mental picture wise. And I was just like, wow, dude, you're Stage 3 into your Part 135 interview. You don't know how to hold. That's wild to me. So you need to do what you can to stay proficient and to maintain that situational awareness, that mental picture of what's going on. And you can do that by doing things like sim, doing VOR navigation, turn that GPS off, turn that tablet off, and do VOR navigation. Understand what those VORs are telling you, and make sure that you are rigid and disciplined in your VOR programming, right? That you don't just throw in there like, whatever radial is on the chart, because guess what? if all those radials, if all those airways are based on radials, but you're inbound to the station and you put in a radial, you're going to get reverse sensing if you're, it's not even reverse sensing, you just inputted that thing wrong. But, you're going to be all turned around, when you see that needle deviating and you randomly go to go get it and it's getting further and further away from you. So, CD says, I like to ironically gripe about what it was like learning to fly back in the olden days before glass cockpits and GPS were prevalent, but I'm genuinely glad I had to learn things the hard way. You just can't beat it, dude. You can't beat. I totally sympathize with what you're saying. And I was a flight instructor and chief ground instructor at a flight academy at a Torrance, where they primarily fly advanced, technologically advanced aircraft. And dude, these students, I haven't seen, these are students that are CFIs and CFW. They go through this whole pilot mill program, and they're CFIs and CFIIs, and they don't know, I don't know, I think that, dude, the only type of pilot that would have a worse mental picture of what's going on than that double I is a student, like a brand new student, that has never flown before, and next to that student that's never flown before is that double I or that CFI that, number one, has never seen the inside of a cloud, by the way, and secondly, has been using GPS and turning knobs and pushing buttons to understand where they are, and looking at a little colored picture, moving picture of an airplane to know where they are. And it's like, you take that away and they're screwed. That should be embarrassing. That should embarrass you, dude. And you should, instead of put your head in the sand, you should understand that that's where you're at, and then just do something about it. Go back and go do a VOR nav workshop, or that's why I do those VOR workshops here on Twitch, because it's the real world is not, it's like, what happens if you're in the air and the GPS goes out? It's like, you're dead now. That makes no sense to me. You know what I mean? So we are more than button pushers and knob turners. We are more than super intelligent monkeys that are able to, advance a throttle and pull back to go up, and then look at a colored picture and fly the colored picture in the magenta line. It's like, that is not what flying is, So CD, you're absolutely right. That is something to boast about, because, and totally justifiably, because that you just don't have that these days, And to be sure, automation management does, and GPS does present a new set of problems and a new set of skills and a new set of concerns that you do need to be aware of. But at the end of the day, most of those pilots do not have a mental picture of what is going on, of the battlefield. And you ask them, don't even ask them a holding question. Just asking them where they are based on what two VORs are telling them. Don't even get into the hold. They're not going to know anything about the holding, But ask them where they are. No idea, So it's bad, dude. It's really bad. So when I do instrument currency stuff, I do it all in a 6-pack flight training device. I make sure I'm exercising those muscles. Gotta exercise those muscles, dude. That's exactly it, or else it atrophies. Yeah, Beardsley, exactly. I practiced it all on analog planes in Flight Sim. Have to do another IPC soon. Might pair it with Flight Review. I did learn to fly, dude, space. By the way, dude, if you're in LA, let's do it, dude. With Flight Review. Oh, I did learn to fly the old gauges before Glass 2. That's the way to go, man. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. If you're gonna do glass, there's nothing wrong with glass. There's nothing wrong with glass. Glass technology is not the enemy, right? Just like paper wasn't the enemy. What the enemy is the false sense of security that you are where you think you are skills-wise, and being out of touch with the reality that you are nowhere near that if you take one of the little Jenga blocks out, the whole thing collapses. The house of cards comes down. And not being in touch with that is extremely dangerous, So, yeah. I'm just a lowly VFR only GA pilot, but even I can triangulate my position in under 30 seconds with a map and 2 VORs. CD, too modest. Too modest. I watch your streams, dude. You're awesome, man. You know what's up, man. But that's a dude. I mean, it's shocking at how many dude. And you know what's something else? In with regard to the instrument training, I've been a check pilot for students like IFR students, where I just ask them basic questions. Like I'm not even not even trying to be all whatever weird or whatever. I ask them basic questions about holding, and when I see that they think that they can cut corners in ways I don't get into right now, but I mean there are ways to cut corners with certain types of holds that seem to reduce that workload. But then you ask them any other type of hold outside of that one type where that corner cutting works. The corner cutting does not work, and they're going to get it wrong every single time. And I know that, so I ask them those questions initially. And if I see them working through that first case like in 20 seconds, but they're just going through rote memory of how to do certain things, I know that they're not understanding what's actually going on. I'm going to ask them, then my next question is going to be asking them how to hold in this other case, and they're going to get it wrong every single time. And then I go to the instructor and I go, dude, why does this student think that they can do this and this every single time? We're getting this wrong. They didn't know what the fuck was going on. And then the instructor thinks that that's the case, right? The instructor was brought up like that because they were brought up on silver spoon, with the glass. And they don't have that mental picture either. So they're only going to teach those types of holds that are super easy, where that rule does apply, because that's all that they know. That's all they know how to teach. They don't have that mental picture to develop the actual skills and positional awareness and situational awareness of what's going on with that procedure, right? So it's really bad. It's really, really bad. And then you get the blind leading the blind and shit. I did used to live in SoCal too. I have a friend that used to rent out of Torrance too. I rented out of French Valley. Ooh, nice. I was just there, or I'm planning to go there with a student on Friday, I believe. One of his cross countries. But you live in Arizona now. Rent is too expensive here too. Shit, yeah, man, exactly. Now, damn, that was a great conversation. So, let's see here. 5As, we talked about all this stuff. Know what airspace you're in. Yeah, knowing what airspace you're in and staying on top of that. Workload management from a VFR standpoint is really important too, and just knowing what airspace you're in. We had a really, really good, fun flight. When was that? On Friday, last Friday. I did a Los Angeles Basin tour here. We did Disneyland, we did Hollywood Sign, downtown LA, and all kinds of things. And one of the things that I talked about was utilizing pilotage around Los Angeles. Dude, you won't get crazier airspace than here in LA, dude. Like maybe certain parts of New York or whatever, but I don't think so. You just don't have it as layered as it's batshit crazy layered here in Los Angeles. So we walked through. I really encourage you to go watch that lecture. We walked through it together, and utilizing the roads and the airports, the freeway intersections, and some of like the angles like of certain freeways and some of the landmarks, like on the ground. How to determine like what airspace we're in, some of the things on the ground. How do we use pilotage to know what airspace is coming up? Really, really important. So the last thing I'll say is about managing risks. As pilots, we are all about mitigating risk. That's what it's all about. It's about like making that go, no go decision and doing everything that we can to mitigate risk. And I just wanted to tend to what Starflight's saying. This speaks to what I talk about with the huge problem of pilot milling. Oh my fucking god, dude. I actually left that place. But yeah, using flight instruction as a path to flying instead of it being people who actually want to teach. Dude, exactly. And it shows, dude. It shows. Oh my god, I felt so bad. Well, we don't have to get into it, but I felt so bad. Like, I was a check pilot for a different instructor's student that was pre-solo, and like, she didn't know anything. I was like, what the fuck? She worked really hard about being good in the airplane, didn't know anything on the ground. And I was like, dude, you think we're going to go in the airplane? You don't know anything on the knowledge that the regulation says you have to know. So they're pilot instructors are just trying to get that flight time. And it's like, yo, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do with this, dude? So I don't have a PPL license. I'm learning as much as I can. There's one thing I know that flying VFR basics like dead reckoning and VOR importance and practice, and they set the foundations of navigation. Absolutely, rocks, dude. Exactly. Yeah, and there's a lot of great resources on Twitch for you to get caught up with those skills and stuff. Obviously, nothing that any of us say there we go, supplements for real instruction. But dude, I mean, there's something I think to learn from everybody, and sounds like you're on a great path and you're understanding a lot of, flight sim's a great place to start. I'll say that. Starflies, I know you worked in academia before. Do you think there's a similar issue in post-secondary education with professors who want to be researchers only, not instructors? Oh, dude, that's coming from the university that I was at. It was the same exact problem. I was at a UC down here. Sometimes, yes, professors often have a requirement when they're tenure track to teach, despite whether they actually want to or not. Many just want to do research and dislike teaching. Oh my god, and that's probably so obvious, dude. But they have to do it anyway. Same problem with TAs. Damn. One thing I wanted to close with mitigating risk is like personal minimums. One thing that we talk about a lot is like setting personal minimums. We talk about how to set specific personal minimums on various like grounds, lectures that I'll do. I'll talk about departure procedures, IFR, setting personal minimums, en route personal minimums, instrument approaches, and personal minimums there based on experience level, or personal minimums regarding reserve fuel, or personal minimums regarding currency and proficiency, and what you do to remain current and remain proficient. What are your personal minimums and what you try and do to stay current. So very, very important that we are aware of our personal limitations, and that we are in touch with reality and our experience level, and our level of proficiency, and that we adjust our minimums accordingly. The other thing I'll say about personal minimums is that these personal minimums are set. They're not set in stone, but they are set, and that they should only be adjusted. They should not be adjusted the day of a flight, no matter what. But they should be adjusted accordingly, like appropriately, like with an instructor, maybe, depending on what type of personal minimum we're talking about. Whether it's crosswind limitations or weather minimums or whatever. Go out with an instructor and kind of stretch your legs a little bit and expand personal minimums. Manage your automation. Know your autopilot system. Know what your advanced cockpit moving maps and attitude data is telling you. Do not mismanage. We've kind of already covered automation in a different lecture. So we talked about that. It's a tool, not a crutch. Very important. Okay. And that's it. So when we come back next week for part 3, we'll be discussing the AOPA real pilot stories, as well as the null report. We'll be looking further into accident statistics from the Air Safety Institute and this null report that's put out there, that's published. This is up to 2017, and I'm assuming that there's some new information out there that I can grab, but it's good for like an initial discussion and see. I am curious actually what the new stats are, but this was like a year or two ago that they only had it up to 2017, so they're a couple years behind because they're like compiling the data. They have to see what trends are, what the trends actually are. NTSB, it takes time for accidents to be investigated and stuff, so but this is what we have. We'll be looking at these stats here. The role that IMC plays in certain accidents. the ratio, you know, look at lethality of certain types of accidents. And then AOPA real pilot stories. Trapped on top of IFR conditions. Split second decision making. An engine failure in IMC. That'll be really interesting. Icing. And then another icing in IMC, and then a vacuum failure while in IMC. We'll be discussing those videos, and I'll play them for you right here. They're publicly available. And then, like I said, subscribers, if you subscribe to the channel, join my Discord. I'll jump into the Discord voice chat with everybody, and we can, you know, discuss some of your thoughts, and then we get into part 4 at the end of the month. I've got these accidents right here, these fatalities from part 121, 135, and part 91. So should be really interesting. All right. Dude, let's get in the sim. It's 10 p.m. Let's do it, dude. And I will actually be right back, you guys, while I just go in the other room for a second, and I'm going to come back and set up my sim. So quick break. All right, let's see. What do we got? By the way, I'm not even a car person, but Forza Horizon is fucking awesome. Dude, I haven't played Forza Horizon, huh? Dude, now I have a question about that. I'm assuming you've played Gran Turismo, and I'm assuming you've played Need for Speed. Maybe that's a bad assumption, but I mean, I don't know. Those are kind of popular car games. Does Forza play kind of arcadey like Need for Speed? And does it kind of like jump you into badass cars, or is it more of like a progression and building that you see in Gran Turismo? Because, dude, between the two, dude, Need for Speed, fucking hell, dude. All right, let's get this thing set up, dudes. Yeah, Starflies. By the way, thank you, and see everybody really chiming in about this quality control like aspect of this quality aspect of, like, you know, developing pilots. It's very important to me. And you do see, especially now with the airlines like being desperate, you know, and everybody knows it. They're just trying to get to the airlines as fast as possible. And they just figure like they're just going to pass the buck. Like they're just going to like pass their problems like off to, you know, I'll worry about that later, and I'll you know, the airlines will like correct. They're like putting the burden on the airlines really to catch and correct for you know, bad piloting. And the airlines don't really mind because they have baller programs, you know, so they're like, fine, you know, you're either gonna make it or not. But so it's just bad situation, you know. And versus airmanship is like, dude. So I really appreciate your appreciation for quality instruction, everybody that's chiming in. I share that with you, and that's why I do this, dude. That's why I try and like I wanted to bring something, you know. And I'm a relatively green like instructor, dude. I've got like little over 500 hours dual instruction given in certified aircraft, and I'm a 900 hour total time pilot. I have a lot of experience in like a lot of different types of aircraft, like 16 or so different types of certified aircraft. Tail wheel endorsed, high performance and complex endorsed, single engine and multi-engine land, and commercial instrument certificated and everything. But you know, there's a long way for me to go. But what I can confidently tell you that, you know, I do have a passion for being as good of an instructor as I can be. And so it's kind of a bummer when I see a lot of milling like around me, that, you know, so I really appreciate that. Let's see here. It's both. You start out with 4 cars, various types. You can you can earn literally hundreds more through the gameplay. Holy shit. The first 5 minutes of the game has your car parachuting out the back of a C-130. Badass. Game only gets more crazy from there. Damn, dude, you got some like GTA or like fucking Saints Row shit up in there. Well, I played all 3. I find past Forza was arcadey. Not sure if the new one. It's just that nothing else is available for new commercial pilots. I'm there too with low time. Space. So it's just that nothing else is available for new commercial pilots. I'm there too with low time, but I do recognize that I'm not sure if I'm even social enough to know how to confidently teach either, as everyone tells me to do CFI. Damn. Well, I mean, the thing is what I can tell you is that if everybody's telling you to do it, you should do it. You know what I mean? That's what I learned in high school, man, that if everybody's doing it, you should do it. No, JK, dude. No, like, you definitely make a good point. Although, you know what? Like, I would encourage you to kind of explore that out of your comfort zone territory about it, you know? I think this world needs more mentors. They need more leaders and good quality, caring, compassionate, and challenging leaders and flight instructors, you know? And so, you know, like, I think the ability to learn to teach flight training can come, you know, with time. If you are a leader, if you are a compassionate person, if you are in touch with your empathy for your neighbor, for, you know, if you enjoy helping other people, if you love aviation, frankly, you know, and if you have a good grasp on it, especially if you have a good grasp on it, boom, do it. You know, figure the rest of the shit out later. But, you know, put together some PowerPoints and get to work, dude. My dad's best friend, when he was a teenager, got recruited to a major airline directly out of high school with 0 flying experience. The airline paid for his entire training from first flight to becoming an FO. Fucking boomers. God damn it. Exactly. And they have the nerve to talk shit about us in our video games. Fuck off. I have met bad CFIs, so they're my example. Ooh, let me tell you, and you should... Unfortunately, you'll probably talk to a lot of pilots with the similar story. But, oh man, my first First of all, my first CFI, I don't know of a more miserable person. Actually, yes, I do. But, you know, hyperbolically speaking, I don't know of a more miserable person. That guy hated his job. It was the kind of situation where, like, he was a CFI because he had already wasted all that money to become a CFI. It's very expensive. And so he was just like locked in, and he was just like, ugh. And it's like, you know, for me, it's not that obvious. It's obvious that he hated his life. But dude, I don't know. Like, this is like serious business. I'm like a brand new private pilot student pilot, you know, like not even 3 hours of flight instruction under my belt. And so, let me get going here. And so I'm like, dude, does this guy just like, is he like a shitty teacher? Or, I mean, if this is serious business, like maybe this is just the way that flight instruction is, you know? It's like, no, dude, that's not the way that flight instruction is. This is a fun process, dude. This is a fun process. You're going to grow. I'm going to grow. We're flying a fucking airplane over Los Angeles. This is a fun process, dude. You know, god damn. All right. Anyway. So, I'm thinking X-plane. I'm thinking we do this. I think we do it X-plane. Let's go. Let's go. And I'm gonna keep it not IR tracker. I'm gonna keep it like just chill. So let's do What airport are we flying IFR out of, you guys? Who's got the airport? What airport are we doing? We could do it around me, but I'm like comfortable with that. Let's get out of our comfort zone here, dude. What's our cross country gonna be? Ideally, it's in the Western United States, so I can use my pilot edge. Oh my god, dude. All I can think about is the freaking marinating chicken and steak that I have in the fridge right now. Oh my god. Yeah, fortunately I had some, oh wait, why is this? There we go. I had more good and fun instructors too, so it's the fear of what if that guy who makes fun of his students gets to be someone's first. Let me see here. So yeah, fortunately I had more good and fun instructors too. It's the fear of what if that guy who makes fun of his students gets to be someone's first instructor. God damn, fuck that fucking guy, dude. Who does that, by the way? Good IFR airport's a part of. I always had fun out here, out of Aspen. Ooh, damn, dude, hardcore. Let's go, let's do, IFR. Oh, you know what? I've been making my way up the coast. I think the last place that I landed was San Jose. So let's go SJC. I don't even know, dude. San Jose. And you know what? Let's pull up Sky Vector and Pilot Edge. And then... Okay, guys. Let's take a look here. Let's put it together. So Pilot Edge, and then SJC to where? SJC Let's go SJC to Sacramento. No, that's too close. Let's go SJC to ooh, Red Bluff, huh? Little like non-towered airport situation there. Ooh, to Reading. Let's do that. SJC to Reading. Or is it RDD? Yeah. Might be too far tonight because I do want to get in the F-18 tonight as well. After this, totally doing F-18. Do you know the way there? Let's see here. Ever flown into Tahoe? I've flown into Truckee. And so I think that might be what you're talking about. Let's see here. Reno, Tahoe. Where is that's over here actually. You want to do that, buddy? Yeah, there's Truckee. So not yeah, so Tahoe, right? Exactly. So I have done Truckee. Yeah. But there are like all these different. There's Lake Tahoe, there's so we could definitely do that. Matter of fact, that might even be better than Reading. Do Truckee, TRK. Ooh, I like that. Oh, I am kind of into it, dude. I am kind of into it. And then I say maybe we don't do San Jose. Maybe we just do maybe we do Napa APC. Yeah, buddy. That's what I'm saying. Mix in some terrain going that way as well. Oh, dude, yeah, we could definitely do that. We could do nah, I like that. Let's see what the route from AP from Napa to Truckee is. KAPC to KTRK. And in that. Okay. Turboprop. Ah, dude, I need to download my PC-12. I forgot, dude. That's such a cool airplane, the PC-12. Damn, this is all. Dude, we should totally do the PC-12. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to, dude, should we do that? We should do the turboprop, huh? I think so. Really quick. So let's see here. Could do the Malibu. I'm gonna get an airplane right now. Let's see. What should we do, dude? Should we do the Caravan? Should we do the PC-12? Maybe the PC-12, dude. I thought I had it, but I guess I don't. But I say we do it, dude. I'm gonna get this really quick. All right, let's see here. Street. Just gonna get this real quick. Billing, phone. Oh. I thought I had this already, but I mean, I guess whatever. Oh, dude, I should do a vote. You know what? I wanted to get the PC-12 anyways. But how I should do a vote, huh? So maybe I can do manage a poll, right? Create a new poll. Which airplane? I have no idea what I'm doing. Which airplane should we use? Citation. The 550. The PC-12. I'm gonna say what else? Or the King Air C90. Or the Cessna 182 G1000. Cool, man. And then I'm going to show... And then place the... you can do a vote and then slant vote. So I'm going to start a poll, I guess. For 2 minutes. Start the poll. Which airplane should we use? And are you guys able to like go in the are you able to see that at all? Like in the I just started a poll and then I just started it. Like, or I wrote out all the options and then I just started it. So I don't know what you guys see on your end, if you guys can check that out. Poll works. Love it. See those results. I wonder if that's in like real time. I don't think so. All right, we're about halfway through the vote. Pretty pumped about that. It's the first time I've ever done that, so that's pretty awesome. Either way, I need to get the PC-12, so whatever, you know. But I have the other aircraft. I have the Citation. I have the G1000, the 182. And the C90 is stock, so... Excellent. And then I'm just going to put that in there. I'm going to extract it to the file. Aircraft. All right, cool. And I'm just extracting that that folder, that file. Okay, where are we at? Okay, so we're donezo. So we've got the PC-12. The PC-12. Ooh, we had a few for the King Air 90, the C90. Very nice. That 550, by the way, that Citation 550 is pretty nice. It's like an analog kind of cockpit. So the PC-12 it is, dude. PC-12 it is. It's a great airplane. It's been a while since I've flown it as well. The people have spoken. I will start X-plane. And there's that PC-12, dude. Yeah, the 550 is nice too. I fly it sometimes, but on prepare. Yeah. The 550 is really nice. If you place slant help, it will give you all commands like issuing VIPs, mods, poll predictions, and vote. If you didn't know, sorry. If you did, just helping. Dude, I did not know. I'm super new, so that's fantastic, man. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. I did not know that. So payload weight. Let's put 1,500 pounds of payload, and then fuel for 4 hours. We're over here at 9,000 pounds. And it's going to be K APC Napa. Now with Napa, what are they doing here? They are WinCom. So looking at the airport diagram, runway 19er looks pretty awesome. So what's the forecast actually? Yeah, to the south. Yeah. So we'll rock the actually 2-4 and maybe 5,000 feet. Yeah, 2-4 maybe actually. We'll park up on that south ramp right there. We'll start right there. Excellent. And we'll go during the day. Start our flight. And I even added the GTN 750 to it. Oh, see, that's the thing that I don't know how to do that. I want to learn how to do that. I'm sure it's easy. And the 750 I'm very acquainted with in real life, and the 650, but I don't know how to put it in the actual airplane in the sim. It's a payware. I bought it from Flight One. Yeah, I've probably like $50, right? I thought I saw. Let me just get my PC-12 checklist PDF. Oh, you know what? The activate. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. What's the serial number? Oh, shit. All right. So for this, I actually am going to go use this here. Sorry, guys. And then the checklist, I'm going to break that out. Oh, and I'm gonna grab my my tablet. Oh, from my experience, it's very similar. Like I've definitely used it in the sim, and it's like, yeah, it's pretty shocking. It's in the sim, you know, it's really easy to be like, wow, is it really that easy to use, or is it like, you know, or is that like a sim thing, you know? But no, it's for real, like that easy to use in real life. It's freaking nuts, dude. Okay. So I'm gonna pull that over here. And I'm gonna try and find the folder here for the checklist. The PC-12 and documentation. Let's go do the normal procedures checklist. Yeah, because I know that this thing is compatible with the GTN 750, which would be freaking insane, dude. It would be insane to do that. Okay, I need to adjust this. And I feel like field of view needs to be adjusted to there you go, that's pretty cool. Yeah. All right, nice. And we are in Napa. Now, we didn't really look at that route too much. Let's look at, let me make sure the new normal procedures here. Okay, awesome. Awesome. All right, sweet. So let's start putting this thing together. So whatever, now that we're actually in a PC-12, we're gonna do this route right here. Copy that into our flight plan, route of flight, IFR. Let's do 9875. We're PC-12, slant Lima. True airspeed, shit, probably 300. Departing APC. Arriving at TRK. And what altitude? We're going to be at what? 17,000. The alternate, Let's do maybe Fallon. Oh, because you're a teacher, I had thought. I had a thought. I don't know if anyone's doing it, but you can get a free software to allow shared cockpit. Virtual lessons could be a moneymaker. Absolutely, that's what a version of what I do. But I absolutely love that idea, Rox G. In fact, let's. I'd love to hear more, like maybe your thoughts on that, and maybe you can help me more with like what you know about that, because I don't know too much about that. I know that I do shared screen through things like Zoom or Discord, but that sounds dope. Pretty intuitive. I learned that something called Your Controls the other day that might be what you're looking for, Roxy. Not sure what else is out there looking at flight instructor stations. Yeah, those flight instructor stations are really, really sweet. So let's look at the at this Fallon. Oh, Naval Air Station. Maybe not Fallon. And you know what? These are all going to be really like high MEAs. Let's look at maybe maybe Chico. What are they landing? They're landing their wind calm right now. ILS 13 left. 13 is a 6,700 foot long runway. What's up with that ILS? How low does it get us down? 200 feet. We're going to Red Bluff. It's possible. Let's take a look. Take a look at the alternate weather minimums for the ILS 13 into Chico. And apparently the weather to use the ILS runway 13 left. Wait, whoa, hold on. Oh, yeah, 13 left, exactly. Okay, cool. Is not authorized when local weather not available. So what that means is, other than that, it's the standard alternate weather minimums of 600 foot ceilings and 2 miles visibility, since it's the ILS is a precision approach. So we would go into our GFA and make sure that that weather is good. Looks like it's okay. And that is CIC? Yeah. There's our route right there. We have 30 minutes before Pilot Edge even signs off, so it's not that big of a deal. And we are going to file. All right, sweet. So there we go. We got the route right there. And then, and then looking at more closely at the route, by the way. So it's the Merced, I guess, 3 SGD. So let's look at that Merced 3. I'm going to get my tablet up here on the screen for you guys. And we'll just put it all in the tablet. Okay, so there we are at Napa, and it's going to be IFR, so let's go ahead and get the IFR chart in there. And flight plan's going to be, first of all, it's the 6863, I guess, is the next best thing. That's all right. KAPC to KTRK. Route is going to be, I don't have Merced. Let's try this again here. KAPC. KTRK. And then let's just say that we're in the citation and see what we get. Yeah, Merced. So, okay, let's just do that then. So the procedure is going to be a departure. What the hell, dude? How is this? What? I see no Merced. Procedure. Departure. No Merced. Like, what? See here where it says the out of APC to TRK. It says that the departure is this departure right here with the SGD transition. I see nothing departing out of. See, this is what I was saying. This right here. The MER 3, the Merced, I'm guessing 3, SGD transition right here. Looking at the charts here, I see nothing Merced. Now, unless the ODP out of here says something else. Let's look at the ODP. Departure procedures, and then airport info. Departure procedures. Use the Napa departure. Huh. Okay. So weird. Like, why is this telling me Merced? Then again, the Napa actually is used a lot too, so Napa 4. So what I'm going to do, even though I just filed that, I'm going to ask them for the Napa instead. So I'm going to go do departure or procedure. Departure, the Napa, and SGD. Yep, and then you're going to go back to SGD, and then what? Ember. Ember. So after this, before Truckee, let's insert before EMBER. EMBER. All right. Ember is right there. And then Victor 150 to SAC. 150 to Sacramento. Okay. Good. We got that right there. And we're going to go nav Sacramento. And then Victor 6 to SWR. There's SWR right there, Squaw Valley. And then from there, we are into Truckee. So the procedure into Truckee, let's go approach. Looks like the RNAV GPS runway 20 is the way to go. Let's take a look at that. Runway 20. Yeah, that, okay. Damn, all right. So from where? Maybe from Squaw Valley to Alva. And we do something like that. Come back around from the back end. Could do that. I wonder if there's an airway from Squaw Valley to Alva. Let's add it and then take a look, and we can always amend it. And then I'll go flight plan, and we'll like take the approach procedure away. cool. God fucking damn it, dude. Okay. It'd almost be better to go to Cigna. Nah, that's okay. We have the IFR certified GPS, so we'll go to Squaw Valley and then we'll fly a downwind leg to Alva direct, and then we'll just get on the approach that way. The approach, by the way, I didn't even see how good that approach even is. Let's go to the airport. Truckee. Looking at the approach, the RNAV runway 20. So we go to Alva. 12,000. Yeah, so that altitude will definitely cover it. We are damn, it's not that good, but I mean 582 feet. It's an LP, it's not even LPV, so we'll have to manage our own descent rate. This will be interesting for sure. And I haven't flown this airplane in a long time. Cool, man. Sounds good. Sounds good. And I should be all up to date in my Navigraph, so these GPS units that are in here should be okay. I don't see anything. It's just missed approach is a climbing right, or the LPMDA is 582 feet above the ground. Missed approach is a climbing right to 1200, then Griot to hold. Yeah, it's a very straightforward TAA like RNAV approach. And all right, looks good to me, man. So we'll go ahead and get out of that. And the departure actually out of Napa, let's look at that. The departure procedure, the Napa. Oh, dude, it's right. How is it not coming up? Dude, you got the Merlot right there, man. When you go into flight plan, let's replace that. Oh, shit. Maybe procedure. Procedure, departure. Yeah, there's no Merlot that puts it right there. So weird, dude. What's the Merlot? Because that's what we originally filed. Procedure, departure, Merlot. It's a pretty easy one, too. What's the routing? For runway, we're doing runway 2... We said runway 24, I think, right? Out of Napa. We're doing, yeah, runway 24. Okay, cool. So runway 24 is climb on heading, and then assigned, or ATC assigned heading. So runway heading, and then heading 130 clockwise. Oh, I see. Expect vectors to adjoin a signed route. So yeah, it's just this fly runway heading and then radar vectors to your VOR. Pretty easy. Now, what one did we sign up for? The Napa. We're departing runway 24. So we're on with Oakland Center. Back to Skaggs. And runway 24, okay, the initial climb, it's a turn left, Turn left, direct Skags. And then what? Airport departing Skags, VOR 165, climb on course, all other aircraft. So 165. All aircraft departing Skags VOR on the 165 radial, climb on course. Other aircraft continue climb in on the Skags 165 radial to 3000, then turn right, direct Skags. Whoa, really? Oh, I see. So so yeah, runway 24. So it's a turn left, direct Skags. Gotcha. All other aircraft continue climb on the Skags 165 to 3000. And then turn right. We're going to be at 3000, no problem, though. All of the aircraft continue to climb on the Skags 165 radial to 3000 and then turn right, direct Skags before proceeding on course. Gotcha. All other aircraft. So we'll be on that 165 outbound right there. And then mandatory 3000, right-hand turn. And then, boom, continue to mandatory 3000, then continue to climb as you turn to the right, Skags. And then we'll be good to go. So we'll tune into that VOR. And looks good. I'm trying to look and see ground speed. So yeah, let's see. This departure requires takeoff minimums. So for runway 1, I'm looking for runway 24 right there. Runway 24, it's 300 foot ceilings, 1 mile visibility, 1 1/8 or standard or lower than standard if authorized by like an op spec, with a minimum climb of 255 feet per nautical mile to 300, or alternatively with standard takeoff minimums or normal 200 feet per nautical mile climb, must occur no later than 2100. So really we have to meet that 255 feet per nautical mile. We'll be probably, I think it's like we'll be departing, maybe like we'll do this 150 knots. So that'll be a minimum of 640 feet per minute, which we can absolutely do. So we're good to do this. This is pretty crazy though. It's pretty involved. So we can do that departure. We can comply with the departure procedure. And then we'll just input Ember, and then so on and so on, and we'll input that into the GPS. Wow. Okay, cool, man. Sounds good. And in the meantime, let's get our airport diagram out. Excellent, and that works. We've got the charts, we've got game capture. Let's get back in the airplane. Just want to make sure that this captures the airplane for you guys. Waiting for this. There it is. Okay, cool. Okay, so looking at the checklist, pre-flight inspection complete. Everything's been checked. So the right wing, right, nose section, left wing, cabin, cockpit, flight control lock, parking brake handle set. Okay, parking brake is set right there. External power switch is off. External power is off. Battery 1 off, battery 2 off. And gens off. Avionics bus 1 and 2 off. Non-essential bus auto. Non-essential bus. Oh, is that... no, that should be up here. Non-essential. Okay, cool. Auto. Gotcha. Standby switch on. Standby... standby. There we go. All right, standby is on. Test lamp. Cool, we got everything working. Looks good. External lights off. All the external lights are off. Sounds good. And fuel pumps to auto. Fuel pumps are auto. Okay. Ignition switch is auto. Looks good. De-icing switch is off. Those are up there. All those are all off. Cooling switch off. Heating switch is off. Passenger, everything's off. Norm, EFIS switch to norm. All right, EFIS is on norm. AHAR is slave. Okay, those are slave. AHAR is 1 and 2 slave. Landing gear handled down. Sounds good. Cabin pressure set. That's over here. Cabin pressure. Right now, just set to right there. Sounds good. Cruise altitude. Oh, I guess this says cruise set to cruise altitude +5. So I guess we're just going to set to 17. There's 17,000 set and then cabin of 4. Okay. Trim interrupt. Norm and guarded. All right, cool. Sounds good. Flap interrupt. Also norm and guarded. Manual override is off. Looks good. And power control. Let me move this lever here. All right. Idle. And condition lever right there. Condition lever is idle cutoff. Flapped is 0. Lights are off. Stowed. ECS firewall shut off fully in. Before startup. Pre-flight is complete. Seats. Battery 1 and 2 on. Battery 1 and 2 on. Overhead panel. Voltmeter 24s. We got 24s. External power switch is on over. Okay. And check 28. 28. Landing gear 3. Gear down 3 green. Check. Oxygen. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right here. Right there. All right, and then oxygen level. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, I'm sorry. Fuel components, check. So we've got quantities good and fuel pump left on and auto. We've got, let's do hear it and see it, and hear it and see it. Passenger oxygen. Oxygen lever on, oxygen pressure 1850, passenger oxygen mass, pilot vents, external lights as required. Let's do beacon and strobe. Start. Fuel quantity is checked. ESIS is test. Okay. Test fire.
Fire.
All right. Test lamp push. Awesome. Prop clear starter engage for 2 seconds, and then above NG 13 to 20%, we'll go put the fuel in and get it lit up. So left, center, right, and behind clear, and we'll go ahead and start it up. 1, 2. We got the NG coming up to 20%. Put the fuel in to ground idle right there. Awesome. Just looking at what's going on here, we've got torque is stable, ITT is stable, NG is stable, RPM looks good, engine oil and pressure and temperature look good. ITT, we looked at all this stuff, condition lever, totalizer reset. Okay. Gen 1 and 2 on. External power switch off. Inverter check function. Avionics 1 and 2. Standby bus off. Lighting, let's go wing taxi. All right. And then we'll get our pilot edge already closed, so we'll just take it upon ourselves to do this. This will be really nice. Be able to just like hang out and talk. So temperature cooling, so inertial separator open if operating on unpaved surface. And then before taxiing, we'll go ahead and do that. So what we're gonna do first before taxi, we're just gonna put our flight plan in, and we got no flags on the thing here. On 0 on altitude mode. All right, cool, man. So departure out of here. First of all, flight plan. KAPC. Looking at the flight plan on ForeFlight, we've got the Napa procedures. We'll go departure. The Napa runway 24. And then Ember. and R. Yeah, dude, you guys, I gotta have one of you guys show me how to do the GTN 750. That's got to be my next thing, dude. Absolutely. That's a freaking crazy good piece of equipment there. All right, sack. Yeah, because, dude, to not be able to load the airway sucks, dude. SWR. Pretty nice, dude. SWR and then TRK with the approach. Okay, and then procedure and the approach into TRK. We said the RNAV runway 20. The RNAV... What was that? Wait a minute. Was that the RNAV? It doesn't say. Show on map. Show the plate. So that appears to be, what the hell is this talking about? RNAV Yankee or Zulu? Into Truckee. I see no RNAV Yankee or Zulu. Let's just go, let's verify. So let's just go with the Yankee here at, oh, okay. What the F, dude? TRK. So weird. Why is this being weird, man? That's odd. I know that my approach, yeah, dude. I know that my Navigraph is up to date. What is going on, man? Alva. We're looking for Alva. Oh, this is showing... There's no Alva, though, that I see. See, Owega is definitely on there. But it shows Owega is the initial approach fix when it's not. That's weird, man. That's super weird. Then again, Navigraph doesn't get it right all the time either. So what I'm gonna do is back this out. And I'm gonna say flight plan. I'm gonna delete this. And I'm gonna say SWR to Alva. Oh, I wanted to ask you guys, for the GTN 750, can you pull it up like this by like clicking on it and it'll come up in the corner there? Or no? Yep, pop-ups are what happen unless the plane is specifically modeled to have it in the panel. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I really like that feature. With the head tracker, you could just like, it doesn't matter that it's moving around, you know? It's a nice feature. Alva. Dude, Alva isn't even in the database for Navigraph. I updated it this morning. Damn, what? Dude, whack, man. Dude, you guys, what the heck, man? Maybe, No, well, it's their database that's incomplete, you know? T or K. And then procedures, approach. Yeah, let's do, maybe instead of Truckee, we remove, and we do KRNO, we do Reno, and then we see what's up with Reno. Procedure, and then the approach into Reno, ILS 34 left for best wind, and then we do, oh yeah, Apime. That'll work. So instead, we go from Squaw Valley to Apime, where we get on the ILS into Reno. That'll work. So KRNO. Ground Point Niner with a rate of 20. Awesome. Ground Point Niner, what is going on? And party people from Ground Point Niner, welcome to the channel. RNO, we're just on our cross country. We're doing a flight in the PC-12. RNO from Napa to Reno. We were gonna go to Truckee. 11 hours stream. Holy moly, are you serious, dude? That is incredible, man. I bet you are, dude. TRK to RNO. Yeah, world flight flying today. Wow, man, that's nuts, man. That's crazy. Yeah, thank you for the raid and welcome everybody from Ground Point Niners channel. My name is Philip, and it's a pleasure to meet you guys. I'm a flight instructor down here in Los Angeles, and we had a really great ground session for a couple hours. We were talking about single pilot resource management and crew resource management, and now we're just in here doing the approach into Reno, and a nice turboprop here. So we're looking at the ILS 34 left from Apime. Okay, so that's looking good. That's actually in the database. That's nice. Oh yeah, yeah. If you guys like have missed Ground Point Niners streams, man, that it's so cool to see that from the controller's point of view. I definitely recommend, if you haven't already visited his channel, go definitely go give him a follow and a sub, and it's a really, really fantastic channel. Okay, cool. So we're good there. Ember, Sacramento, Squaw Valley, and then we'll activate the approach to hold, and then Waggy. Hold at Apame. It doesn't show Apame though. Procedure, approach. Yeah, transition to Apame. Okay, cool. Oh, dude, Ground Point Niner, no way. I fly out of Fullerton, and I do IFR. Right now I'm IFR out of I have IFR students in the sim out of Long Beach, but I'll be probably hired there soon as well. But you live in Irvine, dude. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, dude. We should fly sometime. That's cool. Are you instrument rated, or? How about this weather that we just are coming out of right now, man? I got in, if you're instrument rated, I'm wondering if you, ATP, dude, did you get any of that IMC when this weather was around? Okay, cool, so we're looking good. So the flight plan's plugged in, and yeah, I had to go miss with my boss the other night in Van Nuys. Dude, seriously. Okay. So I'm going to get that off and hide the plates. And then go to the terminal procedures here. So the ATIS 124.05. We get the weather. We're just going to like get in the air though. As we would normally get the weather. ATIS and ground on number 2. And tower and en route on number 1. Brought him back from LA, from Las Vegas, and the weather moved in quicker than forecasted. Oh man, that's crazy. What were you in? What kind of airplane? What kind of how was the airplane equipped? And what were you trying to phenom? Holy shit! Jesus Christ, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, as an amputee, dude, I mean, I'm over here like 900 hours total time, and like 500 dual given, and as an amputee, like my left arm's gone, you know, and so the flight instruction's been really cool, but it's a tougher sell. I'm trying to get a 135 job, and it's a tougher sell than I thought I would need to be, unfortunately. So I'm still trying to see make that work. I appreciate that, man. Thanks a lot, dude. I really, really appreciate that. Okay, so we have our stuff programmed. We would have called center for our clearance, and we write that down in the craft. WX stuff. Thank you, man. Thank you. Perseverance, my friend. Nothing is impossible. Yeah, dude, I really, really appreciate that, man. I'm trying to keep my head up, you know. And that definitely helps. Check AHRS 1 and 2, no flags, flap lever. All right, we got flaps 1 right there, autopilot test. I really, really appreciate that, by the way, man. All right, and autopilot off. Acknowledge the masters. And good. Control wheel hold, AP button press to engage, control wheel PCL, pusher test. Alright. Pusher mode, and we do the pusher test and all the pusher stuff. De-icing probes. Let's do probes are on. And then the windshield, yeah, light left windshield, right windshield, and pilot vents, external lights, taxiing, flight instruments, passenger wing. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Is that a 135 that you fly, or is that? Oh, dude, here, let me check real quick. I got that here. Oh shit, dude, absolutely, dude. I absolutely thank you so much, man. I will totally give you a ring, man. I really appreciate that. Part 91, Goober, what's up? Yeah, wow, I really appreciate that. I will absolutely hit you up, man. How often do you fly? Do you and where what kind of places do you go? Twice a week? Yo, I am so there, dude. Now that, yeah, you got it, man. Yeah, that's pretty awesome, dude. So what are some of your favorite? Is it like kind of the same routes? Bay, wow, Bay Area, dude. I love it, man. I love it. Yeah, do you have? I'm wondering if you have a favorite route. Maybe like a cool star that you descend onto or whatever. Or all right, cool, man. Let's go ahead and taxi. We get our taxi clearance, and it's going to be runway 24. And let's go ahead and go. And parking brake off. Heading off to bed. Thank you so much, Rox. I appreciate the help today. And awesome input, and I really appreciate your encouragement there throughout the stream. I hope you have a great rest, and we'll see you next time. Ground, I absolutely will. I promise. And I just, as somebody that's really trying to break into the professional world and who has an appreciation for flight instruction and professional flying and helping developing, students for that world, like, I'm really trying, and I think it's just people like you that are out there, like, seeing the good in people and looking to help out however they can. Like, I appreciate it so much, dude. I will absolutely hit you up. And we'll do it, dude. We will absolutely do it. Wow. Yeah. Have a great night, man. Goober, question. You authorized to change the pitch of your prop by yourself, or is that a part 65? So are you authorized to change the pitch of your prop? Oh, you mean like with a fixed pitch propeller? No worries, man. I always give back this industry and the people that help me out, dude. Absolutely, man. I'm big on that too, man. I'm super big on that. See ya. All right, let's go ahead and get this departure procedure. Actually, it's a good question. I believe I'd have to get back to you on that. I believe you're able to change the pitch yourself. Yeah, it's a good question, actually. Yeah, I would imagine you're able to change the pitch yourself. Okay, now, Skags, we've got 112.1. That would be an entirely different prop, though, wouldn't it? Well, my thing is this, like, if you're able to change your oil, if you're able to change your brakes, if you're able to, do this, basic maintenance that doesn't involve major alterations to like major wrench turning, to me, changing your propeller to something within the limitations of your POH, it's if it, you know, to me that's not a major alteration. You're just changing the propeller, and I mean, the propeller is going to be within certain limitations, and it's just a personal preference at this point. I would think that you could do that. That you wouldn't need to go take it in. It's not like, you know, you're overhauling, or, you know, it's a new cylinder, or, you know, like something like that, or a, you know. Okay. So we need 112.1. And there's Skags right there. And with the VOR, let's see, how are we doing this? I forget. We are going to... Right. 112.1 right there. But yeah, I would have to see if that falls under what we can do, or maybe at least have A and P sign off on the work. Yeah, I mean, no, I would think that you wouldn't need something. Oh, stab trim. I wouldn't, dude. I would think that you wouldn't need something super crazy to do that, you know, to your airplane. 'Cause I don't know. That's actually a really great question. I would assume that you could change the propeller of your own, the pitch of your own airplane, as long as it's in accordance with your POH, you know. So 165. Awesome. And we're gonna hang left here, and it's going to be a runway heading 24. Whoa, God, I fucking hate this thing, dude. So much, dude. I hate it so much. All right, runway 24, and actually, you know what I want to do is head directly to the VOR. So that's going to be like a run toward the southwest right there. I want something like that, man. And we have flap set for takeoff. We're trimmed. Transponder 0220, let's say, in our IFR clearance. And autopilot wise, let's do... Autopilot should be off right now. It is off. Yaw damper. Let's go heading mode. And yeah, vertical speed we'll deal with in flight. Let's stab trim again. Okay, cool. Awesome. So just ensuring before takeoff, power setting, fuel quantity check, friction lock, engine instruments, trim, flaps 15, check, flight controls check, cause is no flags there, radios set, and let's just set it here. Oakland Center is 127.8. And this is a non-towered airport, so we would have a, you know, we would call them up and say, like, hey, we're holding short of the runway, ready to go, and we would have a clearance void time. So I'm going to leave that on right there, 127.8. And we'll get the ATIS frequency, just so we get in the air soon, you know, let's get the ATIS frequency when we're en route, no problem. And... De-ice probes are on. Windshield is on. External lights. Landing on. Nav is on. Taxi. Let's actually leave that on. We'll turn it on or off in flight. And looks good. DC amps, condition lever, flight idle, and then we'll climb. ECS needs to be off, in the off position, and we'll switch that to auto here in a second. Cabin pressure is auto, control lever set, and then we'll just monitor our systems on the way up, and we're ready to go. So Napa traffic, Pilatus 6863 is taking the active runway 24 at Alpha. We are a straight out departure to Skaggs. Napa traffic, and we're clear final.
Approaching runway 24.
Clear final out there is definitely an important call out from a crew.
Entered runway 24. Fourth.
From a crew resource management standpoint to crew in a crew environment or a single pilot environment, that's a call out that you want to make. Here, one of the other call outs that you want, whether you're a single pilot or crew, is to line up here, toes down. We've got 2-4 on the HSI and then 2-4 on the compass there. Looks good. And then toes down. Systems are green, and we'll go ahead and go. We're flight idle condition. Airspeed is alive. Systems are green on the roll. It's a left turn to Skaggs direct. Okay, it's 100 knots. You work on that trim though. Alright, positive rate, gear up. And flaps up. Alright, nav, let's go direct to Skaggs and pitch up. And let's see here. We are on with Oakland Center. Pilatus 6863 is 1003, climbing 3000. And they say radar contact, climb and maintain maintain 9,000. 6863. And we're not yet at 3,000, so we're gonna climb on that 165 right there. Once we cross 165. .165. Actually, there's 3,000 right there. So, you know what we'll do is they're gonna give us a left, heading 120. Actually, it's a left. Let's go left, Ember direct. Sweet. All right, cool. And let's get a altitude in there of 9,000. Should have had that actually first. Arm that, and we are all set to climb to 9,000. We got our VSI set, and actually I'm gonna go nose down a little bit. And now we are en route. We are Ember. Direct. Let's monitor those systems. Actually, let's back that torque off a little bit and then monitor torque. ITT looks good. NG is good. Fuel, oil, temperature, and pressure look great. And let's go ECS auto. We've got taxi off, landing on. Pressure differential is looking good. Definitely less than 5.25, so it's like in the green. And cabin verified that cabin pressure and cruise altitude is set. Climb maintain 17,000, 6863. Wow, it feels really good to fly this airplane again. It's been a while since I've flown it. Like, probably a year. It's really, really good looking, too. This wood right here is really good looking. All right. So one of the things we talked about tonight is single pilot resource management and crew resource management, and the importance of utilizing checklists as in that process. And one of the things that we said is, utilizing checklists. We are going through a cockpit flow, and we're just kind of scanning the cockpit for any, remember the 3P model was perceive, process, and perform, and then circle back, right? So we're just kind of scanning left door to the floor to make sure that everything looks good. Instruments are set, GPS is set, speed is great. Let's actually go climb a little bit faster. Systems look good. GPS is sequenced. Cabin pressure is good. And all good there. Weather. I want to see if they maybe are improving that. I have to go through it a little bit more. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have. Oh, TAWS. I'm wondering about the radar, if they have the radar or not. And then we're going to verify with the written checklist. Alright, after liftoff, positive rate, gear up, flaps, taxi off, external as required, yaw damper, weather radar if required. Climb, ice protection, autopilot, power control lever, ECS, auto, check. Engine instruments, torque, ITT, NG, temperature as required. So everything's good. Climb check complete, cruise to go. And we are going to do our altitude callouts as well. We are 13,000 for 17,000. And then the pilot monitoring would confirm. crazy to be holding 160 knots and a 1,500 feet per minute climb, even at 14,000 feet. Kind of nuts. Let's see, Ember. At Ember, we're going to be using Sacramento VOR, so let's go ahead and tune that in. Sacramento VOR is 115.2. 115.2. Awesome. And we are bringing that in. Let's go ahead and just double check. Standard operating procedure to just always listen to the Morse code and make sure that we've got it operationally. Sacramento's nav 1. Okay, we've got that. Let's look at this beauty from the outside. Beautiful. All right, you can see us down there coming up to Ember, and then we're going to be on a on Sacramento. Now that we verified that the VOR is operational, we're going to be on that 216 directly to Sacramento, but we don't want to put. Remember our previous VOR workshop. We've had a couple VOR workshops where, remember, rule number 1 of VOR, using a VOR, is you want to make sure that the selection and the heading are something similar, if not exactly the same. So, and they wouldn't be the same maybe because of wind correction that you needed, but they got to be something similar. So we're not going to put 216 in there in the selection. It's the reciprocal, since we are northeastbound, not southwestbound. So that should be, let's go VOR2. Let's actually go nav1. Should be right there. We have our VOR nav1. It's going to be 036. Just about coming up here. And we are anticipating that left turn. There's that 036 on the thing right there. And we are tracking 036 to the station. And that is consistent as well with the GPS showing a course from Ember to Sacramento direct. So that those agree with each other. We want to... that 3P model, right? Keep those eyes moving, keep things double checking against each other, and the redundancy. Really excited to land in Reno and hand fly this thing down to the ground. And then hop in the F-18 after this. Oops. DCS time. Anybody in here actually flying DCS, or what? Everybody, I'm curious what everybody in here is flying, if in either in Microsoft Flight Sim or, what are you guys getting into these days? What are you flying any like new aircraft, or trying to understand, like, learn new systems? What's the latest and greatest out there? While you guys are letting me know, let's get our cruise check going. So airspeed, attitude, altitude, we are holding at 17. Torque, ITT, NG, RPM, fuel is good. Okay, and we are sequenced correctly on the GPS. No flags there, and systems look good. We've got differential. Valiant, dude, what's up, man? Did you come in from Ground Point Niner? I didn't know you were in here, buddy. Yeah, dude, what's up, man? You just been creeping, man. No, good to see you, dude. What are you, remind me, what are you doing in DCS? Are you in the helicopters? Why am I thinking that you're in the helicopters? Let's check on that. Differential is still what, 4? Just over 4? Yep, just call me the lurker. Trim is looking good, and yeah, looks good. Yeah, why do I think that, why am I thinking that you're in the helicopters? Cruise check complete, descent to go, and let's get our 5As going. Fly the F-16, but I want to fly the Apache. That's right, we were talking about wanting to do the Apache. That F-16, let me tell you something, dude. That F-14, me and Zach, the other guy, dude, we bought the F-14. He's doing way better than I was. But I absolutely fucking could not for the life of me learn how to fly that airplane. That is such a difficult airplane to fly. Dude, coming off of the F-18, I thought the F-18 was tough. Absolutely not. Right? Zach, dude, you're still here. What's up, buddy? Dude, I never ran. I felt like I ran with my tail between my legs back to the F-18. And the F-18 is a shit kicker, dude. That's not a bed of roses. That's not a cakewalk either. But I'm just saying, like, it at least makes sense. The F-18 at least makes sense. The F-14 makes no sense. I like, dude, I flat spin that thing so easily, like intentionally, but it departed from controlled flight so readily. I was shocked. I don't even know what we did. Zach, was that must have been a snap roll, dude. We basically snap rolled the F-14. Man, it's a hard gal to learn. Yeah, man. You know what was cool, though, was I gained so much perspective over on the F-18 and, like, exactly how good of an airplane that thing really is. It really opened my eyes to that. It's all so unstable that it'll do whatever you tell it to do without any self-preservation. It's like, okay, let's do it. The F-18's like, listen, you want me to do this, but I'll meet you halfway. Let's do this instead, and we'll, and you're like, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Nice. The F-18's like, okay, sure you did. F-14 though, dude. F-14's like, you want to do that? Okay. I ripped my wings off the first time I tried to turn right. Dude, that was wild, man. That night was something else, dude. That was fucking whack. Granted, there was like a lot of things going on, like a lot of different, help and stuff coming from different angles or whatever, but it's just a real pain in the ass airplane to learn to fly. And I want to, it's fine. I'm up for a challenge and everything, but dude, that was crazy. That's the difference between a hydraulic aircraft and a fly-by-wire. Huh. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah. crazy. I mean, the flight computer is sitting behind you too. Yeah. Dude, it was wild, man. It was wild. Let's get this approach procedure out here. Actually, let's go flight plan and show the plates. All right, cool. So, starting with the ATIS, let's get 135.8 on there. Yeah, that was wild. So, space. So you said years ago I tried out the KA-50 Black Shark on DCS. I don't even know what that is, man. Is that a what even is that? Can you maybe share like a picture or something in the Discord? 135.8 down here. 135. Russian helicopter. Ooh, I know exactly what you're talking about. 135.4, 135.8. What? Help me understand, you guys. Like, what are the helicopters like? Are they pretty challenging as well to fly? Russian helicopter flies you? Jesus Christ, that doesn't sound scary at all. So menacing, Zach. Where's this coming from, buddy? What's really going on in there? You gotta talk? You wanna talk it out, buddy? NorCal approach is going to be one, and we're going to be going from the west. Coming from the west will be 119.2. Awesome. So we got that ready. We'll be on with tower 118.7, ground 21.9. Localizer is going to be 109.9. And final approach course is going to be 344, crossing EPOs at 8,300. Let's blow this up for you guys. Crossing EPOs at 8,300 down on the ILS to a DA of 49. Oh, dude, Valiant, I'm totally going to read that here in a second. Down to a DA of 49.46. That's 5. Look at that, you guys. Dude, it's an ILS that gets you down to 536 feet above the ground. Gee willikers, dude. I think that you can attribute that to all the terrain that's around us. I mean, look at the terrain is just nuts, dude. So maybe that's really good, all things considered. Touchdown zone elevation 4410. MSA is right there. Missed approach is a climb to 1100. How are we doing on a... SWR? Oh, we're good. We got 44 miles left to Squaw Valley, so we're good. Climb to 11,000, heading 350
Destination
outbound.
ATIS is 135.
Outbound on the FMG VOR 332 to Pyram. Hold. Continue to climb in the hold to 11,000. Circling runway 7, not authorized at night. And then we have the local altimeter setting. So there we go. Notable terrain everywhere on the plan view. Yeah, we still got quite a ways there. Notable terrain everywhere. Stepping down from Apamee to 9,400 at Waggy. Glide slope intercept at 8,300, and then stepping down We'll do it at 120, so we'll figure 800 feet per minute. And we'll just keep an eye on that DME for those step downs. Mauser approach light type with a PAPI off to the left. ILS is 4946 on the altimeter, 536 on above the ground, 1.5 miles visibility, and approach briefing is complete. Just go back to the map. Looks good, and then I will come back to the chat here. You awesome people. What do we got? Forget what the other one was called, but there's a 1-seat and a 2-seat version. Yep. The composite aircraft like the F-16 and the F-18 are more forgiving and modern fly-by-wire. The F-14 is a big hydraulic guided by low-level fly-by-wire. The F-14 can do amazing things, but its computer assist will not stop you from basically fucking killing yourself. Sorry, that's the, oh wow, dude, that's cool, man. So, aerospace engineer student. Computer and aerospace engineering student, man. That's just fantastic, Valiant, by the way. My really a long-term goal is to go back to school for aerospace engineering. I love teaching aerodynamics. I love teaching systems. But it's so intriguing, like I wish I knew the math of the aerodynamics in particular. I wish I knew the computer like stuff, so to teach even deeper understandings for like, because sometimes you do like flight instruction, like you run across like engineering students, you know, and that would be the shit to explain, you know, to relate to them on the on you know the math of what's going on based on your angle of attack, you know. So that would be really cool. I studied public policy and kind of like a poli-sci econ hybrid in college, and I would love to do like another degree in engineering and like find myself right in the middle between public policy and aerospace engineering, whether that's in aircraft design or the writing regulations or whatever. I would love to do that, you know. I really enjoy material science and the chemistry of material science. Dude, like that would be super rad, you know, to do something with that. I really like chemistry, and I think, you know, studying the way that things break is very interesting. So yeah, my VA benefits ran out, so I couldn't complete the aeronautical science degree. Oh man, had I known that what I know now, I would have just finished meteorology, used to be my job in the Navy. Oh wow, that's cool that you're in the Navy, Space. That's very cool. Valiant, I only went a year and then I dropped out and went into the Army as a combat medical flight. Oh wow. Oh, you know what? We need to get down here, you guys. Let's get down to 12,000. Just watching my speed there. But I'm also interested in astrophysics side as well. Oh yeah, see, that would be the other thing, would be oh no, I'm sorry, Valiant. You said only went a year and then dropped out in
INTL information Delta 2000 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility 2. Sky conditions indefinite broken.
Okay, we need to adjust it for
110. Altimeter 2998. Arriving runways 34 left.
Field elevation. What did we say? The field elevation is 4,400 feet, basically.
Contact, you have Delta.
So let's bring this up to... There we go.
Reno Taco INTL information.
Yeah, 650 broken. Very cool.
2000 Zulu weather.
All right, so ATIS, we have the altimeter setting. Approach briefing is complete. Avionics, we are all set. And aircraft configuration, descent check is complete. Pre-landing to go. Into the Army as a combat medical flight medical specialist. That is so crazy. You have such a unique perspective, I'm sure, on stress management. That's amazing. But I'm also interested in astrophysics side too, although I've also thought of engineering as well. So yeah, space. Yeah, what would you do? Do you find the space side more interesting or the aero side more interesting, like the astro side? Because astro would be actually really cool too when you're talking about materials, or you're talking about, I gotta watch that red line there, bud. Astro would be really interesting from a like propulsion standpoint and systems and you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, you know, aerodynamics, like, I don't know, there's a lot of really interesting materials and aero stuff as well. And even from the propulsion standpoint, you know, making things quieter, cleaner, you know, next gen, like, you know, out of the box thinking, like propulsion wise. It's very cool. Very, very cool, Valiant. Yeah, I agree. I couldn't agree more. Alright guys, so we're down on our descent there into Squaw Valley. And 113.2. Squaw Valley is 113.2. And it's gonna be it's gonna be a cold hard night till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. We need a 071 after Squaw Valley. Spaceflight Streamin's a rocket man. Rocket man! And we need to speed this up. 12,000. Next altitude will be crossing Apame at 10.5. Between Apame and Wag. So yeah, 10.5 in the hold. You know, for a single engine like turboprop, like a light, you know, 8,000 pound single engine turboprop, or what is it, 10,000 max gross, I guess. This thing scoots, dude. We're doing 240 ground right now. I was always interested in being a pilot, starting when I was too young to reach the pedals and seeing the same time, but I also have an interest in knowledge beyond the typical pilot student. I've seen before what would say F that shit walking into a room full of math equations, but always interested in space too. So I think that's fantastic. Space, are you an active, are you a student pilot? Whoa. Cause you sound like a dream student, dude. From an instructor standpoint, you sound like a dream student. Now, looking at that course reversal, let's see, we should be actually sequencing. Ooh, we did not sequence. So let's go to the holds. Oops. And and should be Apame. Hold. Let's go to heading mode. All right, and then we'll go direct to the hold. I don't know why Apame is not on there. There we go. All right, sweet. And we got Apame, and then 11.5. So, space flight. So, commercial multi-engine instrument with complex and high performance. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Super difficult to get to that point. Absolutely awesome. 370 of 370 total time. Very, very impressive. Very cool. Very cool. I'm sure your instructor loved you, dude. I'm sure your instructor loved you. What did you do your multi in, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, Valiant's got it right, dude. Still, very, very cool. Very cool. Very also notable, like, accomplishment as well. Wait a second. Looking at the hold, it's going to be a teardrop entry, and it's going to be a 3. So, let's see. It's a 164. Was that a 164? Yeah, outbound, or inbound rather. So that's gonna be 164 minus 30 is 130 is gonna be on the heading. Awesome. Yeah, we'll just call it what it is. It's a 134. Sweet. And then in the hold, we'll descend down to 10.5, where on the way in to Apame, inbound to Apame, it's 10,005, so worry about that here in a second. Let's get these clouds a little bit kind of more gnarly, right? There we go. So also good at computer troubleshooting, meteorology. Used to be my job. It seemed to be the hardest subject most of the time for flight students. Helped out there sometimes when I was also a student. But no degrees, no jobs. Everything is just a hobby. Wow. So space, how can we get you... well, it sounds like you have the flight experience and it's just the degree aspect, right? Oh, the Part 61 instructor did like me. When I got out of the Navy, I could afford my PPL with the help of things like Flight Sim, VAT Sim, real books, random flights with random instructors with no specific purpose. Oh, that's kind of... Most of them thought I was just getting a flight review until the end with lots of Class B radio experience. Very good. So I was already over the 45-hour minimum. Wow, you're a go-getter, dude. I love it. You are a dream student. But it looks like it took a week for the last CFI to get my solo cross-country and exams done. Then check ride. Wow, space. You really, like, murdered it is what it sounds like, dude. Let's see here. Apame, another mile, and then I'm going to go heading mode. For 1 minute. Alright. Start that. And then I'm going to go Apame. Alright, and then start our timer here for 1 minute. Actually, it's to be about 40 seconds, and then we're going to make a right-hand turn to intercept. I'm going to slow down here. Yeah, I'm thinking it would be neat to get a job in IT and learn more skills beyond just helping people build, fix. Let's see here. Jan42, thank you so much for the follow. It's a great welcome. Welcome. Great to have you in. I'm going to get down here. I'm going to arm 10,005. Valiant. Exactly. Supporting each other with the sub. Fantastic. You guys are good people, man. I freaking love you guys, man. Supporting each other, that's the way to do it. Alright, we have 10,005 Continuum in the house, you guys. What is going on, Continuum? I saw that you were on earlier, my man. I wasn't able to get in there, but I do try and poke my head in every once in a while. But I thought of you though. We're doing it right, you know. We're out here in the PC-12, actually, let's see here, 10,005, we're inbound, and just watching that, DME, and I've got Waggy, or Wag. Cheers, mate. Just cracked a beer myself. Dude, I'm about to get another one with you, man. We're inbound to Apame at 10.5, and then 9.4 is going to be the next one. Cheers, mate. Dude, absolutely. Cheers, man. Life's good, man. Life's good. Hey, how was your session earlier, man? I saw that you were in there, and what's the latest, man? What are you up to in there? Oh, you know what? We're not set for the localizer yet. I'm gonna go heading mode right now. Heading, and then let's go. What were we at? We were 109.9. 109.9, and then switch GPS. Select to 344 final approach course. .344. Let's go nav. Inbound to Waggy, and Waggy should be 9.4. Let's go ahead and slow down. Nine four. Waggy and Epos. And we are 83 at Epos. Was fine. Been doing the world flight stuff at the moment. Oh, what is that? That's the second time I've seen that. What is that? Been doing the world flight stuff. VATSIM charity event around the world for the week. Wow, I wish I was aware of what that is. It sounds like something I'd love to be a part of as well. It sounds like a really beautiful thing. What's the charity? What's the charity for, if you don't mind me asking? $8,300 at EPOS, and then we are on our way in. Alright, so we finally caught up to, I'm going to go flaps 1. Slow this baby down. And, approach. Okay. Final approach fix, gear down. Whoa, okay, we are like way high. Way high. It's my first time like flying this airplane in like a long time, so I'm just like... Okay, so we are definitely tracking. We're bringing in that glide slope slowly but surely. We got like 600-foot ceilings. Let's see here. Different shit. Okay, here we go. Awesome. Approach mode is captured. We got glide slope capture, localizer capture. We're going down to 40, basically 5,000 feet. We're 7,000 for 5,000. Gear down 3 green check. Flaps set for 30. Um, 1,000 feet to read Continuum's message. Was fine, been doing... Oh, yeah. There's a different teams all around the world. Each team supports a different charity. Oh, dude, I love it. Really cool event. Yeah, I gotta look into that more. Sounds awesome, bud. You know what? Screw it. Autopilot off. And we doing it, baby. Thousand feet to go. Be really awesome to break out like right now. All right, airport in sight. And short final, we got a gear down 3 green check. We're just gonna ride in that 100.
2 mile final runway
knots
34 left.
all the way down. I'm gonna leave in partial. Airport was in sight. Yep. I'm just And
500.
All right, airport in sight, like literally at minimums, and just gonna get the hell back over there. All right, final set of flaps. Whoa, the trim is weird. You guys are awesome, man. Those flaps up. Yeah, not bad. It's been a while since I've landed this thing, and we're kind of near max gross. We were at, I believe, like 9,000 pounds, so even though we burned some fuel on the way down for sure. And that trim was like weird. All right, so then taxi to parking via Bravo, cleared across runway 25. And, oh, clear of runway check. So we've got trim. We got the red flag right there. It's all right, though. Everything looks good. Yaw damper, flight director off. Acknowledge, masters, and go. That was wild. Like, we broke out, like, right on time. That was weird. All right, we're cleared across runway 25.
Approaching runway 0725. Entered runway 0725.
And then left at Kilo. Whoa, dude. This taxiway goes onto the grass. Let's do it. Oh my god, look at this guy. The balls. Wow, it's absolute mayhem in Reno, dude. They don't give a shit, man. They paint the grass like it's a goddamn football field. And those, the guys driving the truck are like fucking fearless, dude. I respect that. I respect their fearlessness. I hope to be like that someday. All right, and then shutdown. Power lever as idle. Parking brake. Okay. ECS off. External lights. All right. De-icing off. Probes off. Passenger off. Standby is on. Avionics off. Gens off. And condition lever cut off. Oxygen off. Lighting is off. Batteries off. Standby is off. Flight control, awesome. All right, guys. Very cool, man. Very cool. So I do not have a student tomorrow until the afternoon. So if you guys want to, I would love to keep hanging out. I'm going to let's see here. I'm gonna grab a quick bite actually, so I'll probably be back in about 20 minutes or so. So and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be back for some DCS and hop in the F-18. So yeah, I shall return. Let's see here. Let's actually get some room here. And yeah, let's keep doing it, dude. So I will be right back. I'm actually just gonna leave this going. And then when I'm back, I'm just gonna go down the street really quick. So I'm gonna leave this. Represent, dude. Pokemon. Bam. Yeah, sounds good, dude. I will see you when I get back. I'm gonna leave that. Back on. All right, guys. So thank you for that flight and for that ground session, dude. I will see you in a second. right. What is going on? What is up, my peeps? What's going on, my friends? Hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, man. Let's backtrack a little bit and see, like, what I missed. My hair's getting long, dude. Gotta cut my hair. You know what I need is actually to, my girlfriend's daughter does, I let her do, like, little, like, spa days, like, you know, doing, like, cutting my hair, and I let her, like, sometimes I'll let her, like, paint my toenails or whatever. It's like dad shit, you know. I'm overdue for a little stepdaughter spa date. Let me see, backtracking in the chat here. What's going on, man? Yeah, the CH products it's a good CH throttle or a yoke and pedals is what I got too. Nice job, Space. Mod work, hardware, little mod work. Thin wires broke because I moved pedals. Enough bends. Pretty significant design flaw. Good thing you know what you are doing. Poor jumps that don't have your skill and your knowledge. You got the homies back and forth here. Been down that road and pre-built computers. My friends forked out for, ended up fixing the issue. Pre-builts. Oh, dude, nice. I helped a streamer on her first M2 installation. She figured everything else pretty good. Parts were missing. Heat shield and screw, for example, came out. None of the parts were missing. Damn pre-builts. That's cool, dude, that you're helping people with their builds, dude. As I learned in the beginning of CFI, learning how your student learns is one of the first topics in the instructor handbook. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Very, very important. Continues to shock me, you know, how they nailed that with you know, you go through your CFI and you're like, this shit's just like BS, dude, you know. But it is absolutely not BS, man. That psychological shit is so true. And on a daily basis, like with students, I encounter at least 70% of that or 60%. In terms of like how students learn and what students need, and you know, the role of positive reinforcement and all that kind of stuff. It's crazy, dude. Parenting done right, bro. Let me tell you, dude, like I let her paint my toenails. She did a really fucking good job, dude. By the way, she was like 9. She got a steady hand, dude. I'm like, you should be a surgeon. She did a fabulous job, dude. She painted like a nice like blood like crimson red for Halloween. And I wear sandals, dude. I sport these toes, bro. So how you guys doing tonight, man? I'm just gonna like finish this little snacky. But let's see here. Yep, visual versus book learners. Oh, dude. No, I mean I was talking about like the levels of or the laws of like learning, you know, like law of primacy you see all the time, law of like readiness, of exercise, of law of readiness, exercise, law of intensity you see all the time that happened just the other day with a very high traffic volume and near misses out in the practice area. Yeah, it's cool, dude, to learn how to teach is an entirely other thing. I think one of the interesting things about teaching is like honestly, yeah, it takes time to learn how to teach, but dude, just being empathetic I think is really important. Like we were all students, we know what we needed. You know, just be the be the hero like for someone that you wish you had, you know. Break things down, have the patience like that you wish that someone else would have had for you. Yeah, dude, when Continuum mentioned that that world flight thing, I was like, what? I would love to be involved in like a charity thing. What are you guys seeing? You're watching that, so like what are people doing? Dude, Beach House, you must post a link, dude. You kidding me? I have to see that. Let's check it out, dude.
For me, creativity starts with what ifs. Like, what if there's a fire? Did that already. What about my look? Meh. It's cool.
Are you serious? It's a real 747? I'm glad to see your viewership go up. You deserve the attention. Aw, dude, Valiant, thanks, dude. I hear you're going to be on CD's stream in a few weeks. That's going to be really awesome. First of all, thank you so much for the support. I am so pumped for CD's... Oh my god, you guys.
Lovely rotation. Right. It was alright. I need to tail strike it.
How'd you know about that? Yeah, I watched that. I watched the landing and it counted 1%. Yeah. Again.
Wow, I'm totally following.
Well, they think it's because he tail strikes on departure. So then it's in the system as tail strike. Because it didn't look like a tail strike.
That's incredible. But yeah, so Valiant, absolutely. So I'm gonna be on the 20th. No, excuse me, on the 27th, and on December 4th. So November 27th and December 4th. I'll be doing their their Europe north to south trip, and I'm really, really excited, you know.
That's what.
And I really appreciate that support
To 190
and wanting to see more. You know, I'm definitely finding my footing here on Twitch, and luckily everybody's so freaking cool, dude, that it's really easy to like stay motivated and, you know, feel comfortable getting out of my comfort zone because of you beautiful people.
Up, please.
The other really cool thing that CD and I are gonna do is we're putting together a series of for the instrument rating and the commercial, and also a transition to the professional world, actually, with part one. I'm putting together he's gonna have me teach it, but I'm putting together a presentation where it's like part 135 regulations, op specs, transition to turboprops and jet aircraft, and I think it's going to be really awesome.
Beautiful, so Charlie, we're working on it. It's a technical issue. Okay, stop flying flight level 150, so we're also Charlie.
Up, flies it.
See, landing gear,
It's up and off.
flaps,
Up.
ignition pressurization,
Is jet.
altimeters,
Standard set and cross jet.
technology. Yeah, we've had engine fires, engine surges, movers in the thing, burns,
Re-engined ferry flight.
APU fires. Yeah, we've had a few bleed issues.
Ingested a Brazil.
Yeah, I was really I feel really fortunate that you really that you helped me out with that, because you know he and I align very, very well. We just want to contribute to the flight sim community, and just foster a good place for everybody to be cool with each other. That's all I want. And as an instructor, just try and help people enjoy flight sim a little more, understand what they're doing a little more, and be more through education, just be more in tune with the process. This is insane, though, you guys. Like, these guys in the flight sim, this is a home built.
I doff my cap to you.
I doffed my Stetson. Direct Duras, speedboat full time Charlie.
Jet execute. L nav.
A lot of oil around here, isn't it?
Yes, and in Nigeria as well.
Yeah. So, now we're all sorted and got going. Welcome.
Well,
If you're new to the street, you let us know, and we can run through who
Valiant,
we're doing and why we're sat in a garage at
thank you so much for the kind words, man. You guys are
Wednesday.
what make it really special. You make it very welcoming, and your participation, and like you just contribute. Like, it's a two-way road. Like, without you guys, it's not.
Make our post.
Truly, it's like, I'm not being cliche. Like, it really doesn't work because you guys are. You guys are just awesome. You guys are just awesome. You know, you're so welcoming and encouraging, and like, it's just the shit. And also, You make it like
We kind of go down
so
every day.
enjoyable that I can't like wait to come back, you know, and like interact with everybody and you know, it's just a beautiful thing, man. So I just really really appreciate it. All right, guys, I'm a dude. Those guys are amazing. Nikira, hello, overwhelmed flight sim noob here. Been playing about a week on keyboard. Dude, Nikira just got a joystick. There you go. I'll tell you right now, Nikira, you might want to think about getting some pedals too. And yeah, absolutely. The thing is, Nikira, you got a bunch of you have a bunch of friends in here that are willing to help you out. We're all big on flight sim, and it's touched our lives in different ways. And we would be absolutely thrilled to help you out. The thing is, Nakira, is you probably want to... it's kind of warm in here, actually. Let me take my hoodie off. One second. I was going to say, you probably want to get yourself some pedals. Because no, Beach, don't don't be don't be doing that. Nakira, we when you're reading what Beach says that you need, just read the enthusiasm. Don't take that literally. Really, what you do need some pedals, though. I will say that. And you know what's cool is yeah, Zach, exactly, well said. I think we've all been there. We're all exactly where you've been, where you are right now. Overwhelmed, you know, feeling like there's too much to catch up on. And totally valid thoughts there. But I think all you got to do is just take it one bit at a time. And there's a lot of help on YouTube as well. Like, I would just get your questions in order. And just be like, okay, you know, Microsoft, you could like Google or like YouTube, like Microsoft Flight Sim, like first steps, you know, or like, what do I really need? You know, there's a lot of people with great advice that are like, hey, it depends on your budget, you know, and if you have a wide open budget, like get this and this and this and stuff, and it's like, you know, it's just gonna be a bunch of stuff. Like just ease in. My best advice is just ease into flight sim. Don't be like getting into jets or anything like that. Like just start off with the 172. Dude, you guys, like, back me up. Actually, doesn't Microsoft Flight Sim have like intro like lessons in like a 152 or something? Yeah, like, dude, like, you know, do those lessons. I've watched lots of YouTube, but only understand about a third of what they say. So Nakira, like, I just go, just go in Microsoft Flight Sim and do those training lessons. Attack angle. Hello. Welcome to the channel. So far I've flown the 152 and the 172, I think is what you're thinking of. That's great. That's a great start. That's a great start. And you know what? You know what's really cool, and these other guys will back me up too on this point, is like, you learn to fly that 152 or that 172, and dude, like, you're a third, like three-quarter, or you're like three-quarters of the way there on like pretty much any airplane that you want to fly. Once you learn how to actually fly a basic like airplane, like the basic relationships between you know, power and pitch, and you know, basically like as you add power, like what does the airplane want to do, and as you reduce power, what does the airplane want to do, like what does banking look like, you know. And once you can do that and land, dude, you're like well on your way, you know. So I would definitely keep working. And you know what I would do too is I would work through those training videos multiple times. Second one has GPS, but I find sometimes the GPS just wants to fly in circles. Oh, I wouldn't be worrying about GPS at all. I would just be trying to manage the airplane and just experiment with what does power do, you know, and when you increase or decrease power, you know, when you increase power or reduce power. I can take off landing, not so much, but haven't tried. Just hang out on this stream as well. Phil explains everything you'll need to know for simming. Yeah, in a very real way, you definitely come to the right place. As a matter of fact, tomorrow, so my stream, I do IFR, on Tuesdays I stream a type of flying that happens when you can't see anything outside. So I'm a flight instructor, and what I do is I teach people how to fly, and in real life. And what I've done is I've come to the Twitch space, and what I'm doing is I'm kind of like bringing ground school and sim guidance to people like on stream. And what I do on Tuesdays is a type of flying where you can't see outside, but Wednesdays and Thursdays are geared toward the private pilot. Tomorrow we're looking at landings. We're actually looking at crosswind landings, and we're looking at some of the charts and the data that are in the handbooks of this airplane. We're looking at it. It's not really that big of a deal of a crucial thing from where you're coming from, but we are going to be doing crosswind landings, and it's something to tune into as well. I wish I had the traffic pattern scheduled on this month, but I don't. I could definitely change some things around, but yeah, you're more than welcome to. You're definitely more than welcome to. Okay, let's actually get into I'm gonna try and find YouTube, and I'm gonna go into instant action and just get into some tutorials. So I'm gonna go F8 DCS F18 tutorial. Weapons, landings, okay.
I wish there was an app where I could compare rental cars, like Kayak just for flights.
You're talking about kayak?
Yeah, like Kayak.
Yeah, kayak.
Kayak. Search one and done.
With this video, I will be covering what controls the most important operation and a quick overview of important sections of the cockpit to help you get started with the Hornet.
Let's see.
Cockpit, we'll need to configure our control.
Let's do training, and then let's do the F18. I'm gonna try these training ones here. So let's do HSI and TAC and Nav. And we'll try and like get at these YouTube. Let's see, what do we have in the chat here? If you need maps, SkyVector is a good source. But she's not in any of that. She's not in any SkyVector or nothing. She just needs to learn how to fly the airplane. She's not in any of the navigation, no reading charts, none of that. Yeah, it's the great start, the 172. You get used to the basics. You can move up to the gauges to glass. Valiant, thanks for the shout out, dude. Right now you're watching a farm sim. Farming, dude. Farm sim, dude. Damn, that sounds cool. That sounds super chill, actually. Doesn't take as much concentration. Flying is relaxing when you get the basics down, but yes, it does. Let's do it. All right. Key point in any mission is the ability to navigate to and from the target.
Such tools the Hornet provides are automatic direction finding, or ADF, and tactical air navigation, or TACAN. ADF uses VOR stations located throughout the maps to get bearing-only information to them, and TACAN stations are co-located with many airfields, aircraft carriers, and some aerial refuelers. TACAN can provide both bearing and range, or just one of them depending on the source and TACAN mode used. In this lesson, we will discuss how to select ADF and TACAN navigation, and the steering information provided. I currently have the lesson paused as we first discuss a few items.
Alright.
Bar to continue.
Alright, let's do it.
For this lesson, we will be using an ADF example and then TACAN to navigate back to our home training base at Kobuleti. Let's start with the simpler ADF. To start, let's first select the Horizontal Situation Indicator, or HSI, for the left DDI. Press the menu Time push button on the left DDI to bring us to the tactical page. Note that this
Let's see here. I didn't even
but will show time when airborne.
Oh, you said the F-18 oh, we bout to, Zach. We bout to. A lot of buttons. You think there's a lot of buttons? I mean, it's not super terrible. I mean, you got some stuff down there, I suppose. All right.
Let's press the same push button again to bring us to the support page. Now on the support page, press the HSI push button. The HSI is your primary navigation page that will display TACAN, waypoint, and ADF navigation data.
Okay. We did that.
In the center of the HSI is an aircraft symbol that represents your position from a top-down vantage.
Yeah, definitely a lot more than a 172. I would definitely say that.
And ground speed to the right. Centered and around the aircraft symbol is a compass rose, and on the very top is a louver line that indicates your heading in regards to the compass rose. Along the top of the HSI is the SCL, or scale, push button. Consecutive presses of this push button will cycle through the scale range options of the HSI. Press spacebar.
Kino with the raid. Party of 7. Welcome, people from Kino's world. What is up, dude? You got your emote right there. That cute dog, dude. Hurt Wolf. Thank you for the follow, dude. You guys, welcome to the channel. It's a pleasure to meet you guys. Oh, dude. Okay, cool, man. Like zoom in here. All right, I like that. Shit, what was I supposed to be doing though? I was saying what's up. Damn.
An ADF is assigned to a specific frequency, which can also be stored.
Kino Raiders, yes. What is going on, everybody? We're in the F-18 right now, just working through some tutorials here, just in DCS, trying to get familiar. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna rename the. I'm gonna rename the stream here.
Place your mouse over the radio.
So really quick, I'm gonna stop the stream and then I'll be right back.